reviewed Act 8680 and submitted a list of amendment recommendations which are attached to this testimony. In the past year, shall I proceed?
Proceed.
In the past year, since the hiring of Ms. Hannah Carty as the executive director, we have been diligent in managing our budget and limiting expenses to ensure adequate funding for the rollout of the program. The $1 million for 2 years appropriated under Act 8680 goes much further in ensuring that the Office of Cannabis Regulations will be adequately funding. However, with the expansion of responsibilities of this office, we are still concerned with the total budget. I have asked Director Carty to go into further detail and testify about the plans and programming of the OCR. I am available for questions or concerns that may come up today through Director Carty via email at info.ocr@ocr.vi.gov. Thank you for the ability to allow us to update you on our status, and we appreciate your attention and concern for us here in the territory.
Thank you for your testimony. You have a testimony?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Hello? Okay. Good morning, Committee Chair Javon E. Sr., other committee members, senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States. My name is Hannah Carty. I am the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulations, or the OCR. We were invited here today to discuss the implementation of Act 8680, a status update on the necessary personnel to carry out the duties of the Office of Cannabis Regulations, the path moving forward for the implementation of the medicinal and adult cannabis industry, as well as the sacramental use industry, and a discussion on the licensing procedures for the cannabis industry, which we previously discussed on March 8th, 2023 of this year. Thank you to all of the members of the 35th Legislature for your continued interest in promoting the cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands. Implementing Act 8680 and the path moving forward. We continue to run a lean operation in anticipation of reserving funding for the program's rollout. We received the allocation of Act 8680's funding on September 7th, 2023, and have begun processing how we will utilize the funds. We will first create a request for proposal for the track and trace or seed-to-sale system, which will be closely followed by a request for proposal for consultants to score the merit-based application process. Simultaneously, we have submitted our personnel requisition forms for our initial enforcement personnel. We have been working with the Office of the Governor to put together training programs for the general community, including a 2-part training program that engages potential industry participants. Legacy operators have been historically the primary participants in the cannabis industry prior to its legalization. Our current legislation encourages those in the legal market to enter the legacy market to purchase its startup material. However, this group, historically marginalized, needs to be given more opportunities to join the legal market. Legacy operators retain unique and inherently valuable skills, especially in cultivation, customer service, creative thinking, and optimizing in small spaces. Other states set aside specialized funding, training, and resources to encourage the legacy market to enter the legal market. Such things typically include amnesty on outstanding taxes, prioritizing or reserving licenses for operators, specialized business and cannabis industry jargon education, and incorporating the formerly incarcerated. We also have not done enough to discourage individuals from continuing in the illicit industry. One suggested strategy would include a specific enforcement plan that guides all agencies on outlined actions that they may take regarding cannabis enforcement, particularly concerning legacy activity and cannabinoid hemp. Now that we have received our funding, we will collaborate with other agencies to increase consumer education and engagement. We previously collaborated collaborated with the VIPD on 2 radio advertisements, and we plan to continue this progress by working with the Department of Health to engage specific target populations, including medicinal patients, sacramental users, and legacy operators, with the following surveys, town hall meetings, and advertising through radio, television, and social media. We are ready to implement the rules and regulations for medicinal cannabis use only. Why? Unfortunately, due to issues in the language of Act 8680, we cannot yet sign up retail programs for adult users or sacramental users. There are a number of other significant challenges in the law that need to be addressed, which I discussed on March 8th of this year. I have again attached my requests for amendments to this testimony under Appendix A. Amendments that this body needs to consider include restricted access area. It says only owners, consultants, and medicinal patients are allowed. However, adult use individuals, sacramental users, properly registered visitors, and law enforcement, including the OCR, will also need access to the restricted access area. Medical recommendations. For cannabis use under the age of 21, patients should receive 2 recommendations, with at least 1 coming from a pediatrician or another general practice doctor. Board member confirmation and quorum. We need to add language specifying that board members who are seated by the confirmation process, ex officio, would not be required to go back to the Senate for a second confirmation. It makes the board more likely to meet their quorum in the interim. These amendment requests are quintessential to the access, health, safety, and running of the program. Many of our recommendations fall into this category. Here are some of the other challenges that the OCR is currently facing. 1. In hemp enforcement. The following states regulate all hemp-derived cannabinoids under the same regulatory agency as marijuana-derived cannabinoids. Example, New York, Rhode Island, Missouri, Maryland, Iowa, Washington, Utah. Policy differs, but states are increasingly bringing intoxicating hemp products under the purview of the cannabis regulator, where the same cannabinoids, but derived from marijuana, are being regulated. Concerning cannabinoid hemp products, several states, including California, Indiana, Louisiana, Texas, and Hawaii, have banned or attempted to ban smokable hemp to avoid renormalizing smoking following the master settlement against the tobacco industry. States are in the process of adopting a range of standards for cannabinoid hemp products, with several states adopting manufacturing requirements, example, Missouri, Nevada, Hawaii, minimum age of sale, New York, Oregon, Florida, Maryland, required packaging and labeling standards, New York, Colorado, Florida, Connecticut, Maryland, Hawaii, and required testing standards, for example, California, New York, Oregon, Maryland, and Hawaii. However, state regulations are primarily determined by state legislatures. Cannabinoid hemp is a complex topic, and this is one of the many issues that state lawmakers are dealing with. Accordingly, educational gaps can impact the type of policies state legislatures enact. The Virgin Islands could and should be doing more to protect the public from unregulated cannabinoid hemp products through legislation. Number 2, staffing shortages at involved agencies. Number 3, more robust engagement, attention, and reporting agency. And number 4, programmatic, which include the fact that Virgin Islands driver's license are not scannable, which make it difficult to verify the identification and age of patrons as they enter businesses. We also are looking for national verification system access so we can verify when individuals are coming from outside of the territory. Since our testimony on March 8th, we have annotated and studied the Cannabis Use Act of 2023, hosted an additional OCR Lunch and Learn meeting on the rules and regulations, released a draft of the rules and regulations on September 9th, 2023, coordinated with other agencies, developed job organizational charts and job descriptions for the creation of new roles, selected a person for an office assistant, but subsequently we had to repost the position as they were unable to take the position. Reviewed and updated budgets, developed tools for regulators looking to understand the CUA of 2023, coordinated and collaborated with regulators across the U.S. through the Cannabis Regulators Association, or attended and represented the Virgin Islands at the Cannabis Regulators Association conference in June, finalized the contract for the cannabis registry system with Tyler Technologies, which will host the registration and card processing for sacramental users, medicinal patients, agent identification cards, practitioners, and sacramental organizations, and reviewed the timelines for the start of the program based on staffing levels, status of requests for proposals, and readiness of programs. At this time, I would like to take this moment to remind the public that legal cannabis cannot begin until the rules and regulations are completed and the cannabis programs and dispensaries are open. As a reminder, under the CUA of 2023, consuming cannabis in public remains an offense. The Cannabis Advisory Board released a draft of the rules and regulations on September 8th, 2023, to receive community feedback for what they hope included in the final rules and regulations. A comment period is now open and shall remain open through October 10th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The draft is available on the OCR website under Governance, Rules, and Regulations and is subject to addition, amendment, and revision as it has not been reviewed for legal sufficiency. Recently, the Federal Department of Health and Human Services recommended that cannabis should be rescheduled from Schedule 1, substances that lack accepted medical use and have the potential for high abuse, to Schedule 3, substances deemed to have moderate to low potential for dependence. This recommendation would allow cannabis to keep company with other substances such as ketamine, anabolic steroids, and Tylenol with codeine, among other things. This recommendation would additionally enable cannabis businesses to fully participate in the community, including receiving tax breaks and utilizing banks. This rescheduling has not happened yet. It is up to the Drug Enforcement Administration to make the ultimate decision on this issue. Until this happens, cannabis is still a highly regulated substance and is illegal at federal facilities in the Virgin Islands. For community members, please know that ports, airports, cargo facilities, post offices, and national parks are examples of properties under federal jurisdiction. If federal agents see an illegal act, they are empowered to act upon it. Licensing procedures. Outside of the language created by Act 8680 under subsections 786 through 799, licensing procedures will be established under the rules and regulations. The OCR will provide more details on the final licensing procedures through its newsletter once the rules and regulations are finalized. Interested parties can register for the newsletter online at ocr.vi.gov. We anticipate the license application will be a fully digital system, allowing us flexibility in receiving and processing applications. The approach will also be announced via newsletter. Necessary personnel. Attached to this testimony is a preliminary organizational chart containing the positions we anticipate for the initial rollout of the Cannabis Regulatory Program, Appendix B. I have prepared a preliminary budget, Appendix C, based on comparing salaries for similar positions nationally and locally. The OCR will likely require a more considerable investment than the money allocated in the Act based on these introductory numbers over the program's first 2 years. We're looking at hiring at minimum 16 full-time employees, of which 11 are for compliance and enforcement-related activity over the next 2 years. This structure is critical for our adult use market. In speaking with other regulators, we must have the persons on board our team to bring the illicit market into the legal market, particularly in the beginning. As a preliminary draft of the personnel, this may mold and change as our understanding of our local industry changes. We aim to convert the legacy market and encourage all community members to join the legal industry. As such, enforcement activity will be critical, as well as persons to process license applications, coordinate training, ensure compliance, and operate our office locations, phones, etc. A significant component of our program is contingent on our request that our office maintains responsibility for exclusively regulating the legal market and that the VIPD and other relevant enforcement officers remain responsible for regulating the legacy market. This differentiation will dramatically influence the total number of personnel necessary to continue this program. In conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the cannabis industry and our plans and intentions for the Office of Cannabis Regulations here in the Virgin Islands. In 1972, a conservative columnist and editor advocated, even if one takes every reefer madness allegation of the prohibitionists at face value, marijuana prohibition has done far more harm to far more people than marijuana ever could. It is time for us to end the prohibition on cannabis here in the Virgin Islands. We appreciate your attention and are ready to receive any questions that you may have. I am prepared to implement the program and make this a reality for all Virgin Islanders. If any other persons have questions, I am also available via email at info.ocr@ocr.vi.gov or by phone at 340-714-9755. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we get to the next testifier, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Can you please mark Senator Dwayne DeGraff as present, and also Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is participating via Microsoft Teams. Can you mark her as present as well? We will now proceed from the St. Croix Chambers, DLCA.
Good day, Honorable Senator Javon James, Committee Chair, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Committee senators present and committee senators also present, the listening and the viewing audience. My name is Natalie Hodge, Commissioner nominee for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today, I am accompanied by Dr. Catherine Ken, Chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board, and Ms. Hannah Carty, Executive Director of the Office of the Cannabis Regulation. Thank you for providing the LCA with the opportunity to testify before the 35th Legislature on the following items: implementation of Act 8680, status update on the necessary personnel to carry out the duties of the Office of the Cannabis Regulations, path moving forward for the implementation of the medicinal and adult recreational cannabis industry, and the discussion on the licensing procedures for the cannabis industry. Act 8680 amended Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 34A to expand the legalization of cannabis from medicinal use to include adult use cannabis, and provides for the promulgation of rules and regs related to the cultivation, manufacture, sale, dispensary, testing, licensing, and the prescriptive and sacramental use of cannabis, the licensure and the issuance of permits to cultivate, manufacture, dispense, research, and develop, testing, adult use, temporary use, and consumption, the creation of medical cannabis certification forms, medical cannabis registry, and medical cannabis patient cards, and also a verification system. The DLCA stands ready to provide the OCR assistance it needs to ensure its success. Currently, the DLCA Business Office provides the OCR with administrative support, specifically assists by providing office space, fiscal management, human resources supervision, and everything else in between. Executive Director Cardi and I have standing weekly meetings to address any issues and or concerns that arise and to keep each other abreast on ongoing developments between agencies. The DLC is and shall continuously assist the OCR to ensure the success of the cannabis industry in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Executive Director Cardi provided greater detail in her testimony. We thank you for the opportunity to comment on these amendments, and we stand ready to answer any question that this body may have.
Thank you for your testimony. We just received correspondence from the office of Senator Blyden. So, Mr. Clerk, if you can just read that into the record, please.
September 13, 2023, the Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairman, please be advised that due to unavoidable circumstances, I will be late in arriving at today's committee meeting. Please mark my initial absence as excused, and I look forward to joining the hearing at the earliest opportunity. Sincerely, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President of the 35th Legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before we get into a round of questioning, I would like to take this time to speak or inquire on something that was mentioned in the testimony of Ms. Carty. And it basically said you are ready to implement the rules and regulations for medicinal cannabis use only, but you went on to say you cannot set up retail programs for adult users or sacramental users due to some challenges in the code. And I know in March, I held a Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture hearing where we brought you in and we received an update. But ever since then, it was also mentioned that in the testimony of, I think, Attorney Key Walker, that in the testimony that the suggested amendments were submitted. So my question now, ever since then, I was told that there's a senator who's working on that. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was told that it's Senator Fred Gregory that has the preemption for this change.
Okay, just want to know, because I saw where you referenced it again in your testimony saying that you're waiting, and I just want to make sure that we're not playing a blame game, but we just want to make sure that the public understands where we are. So my question to you, I'm assuming that there are conversations between both parties to make sure that we have a path moving forward so we can change the law?
I did ask Senator Fred Gregory when I last saw her in June to reconsider, because I did submit it again in June when we came for our budget testimony, and I haven't heard anything back since then. I did submit the amendments again to her at that time so that she could see what all we needed to do.
Understood, and I'm assuming that you met with the governor's legal team, and that's where you found those discrepancies in the law?
Yes, and also through my own reading, because when you're reading through the restricted access language, it's very explicit, and it states that for a restricted access area, that's the only place where the sale of cannabis can occur. And then in another section, it says that the restricted access area is only accessible to medicinal patients, and I think one other category. I did mention it in my testimony.
Okay, thanks. And former Commissioner Richard Evangelista of DLC is now a part of the governor's legal team, so I'm assuming that he's still involved with the conversations regarding cannabis and a path moving forward as far as rolling it out?
Yes.
Okay, so what is his role now when it comes to OCR or anything pertaining to cannabis?
His current role is he kind of tells us what the governor has been looking for. Outside of that, as his legal counsel, I'm not sure what other things he's doing. But for cannabis, he passes the message along as to what executive branch things we need to be conducting.
Thank you for that. And I know there have been an issue with quorum, and I'm assuming that you came with some solution to solve that?
So the problem is that, again, in the law, when we change from medicinal to the Medicinal Act to the Adult Use Act, it changed the language of how people are added to the board, and the length in which that they are allowed to serve. So that creates a discrepancy wherein it says that a representative from an agency, let's say the Department of Agriculture, is what is going to be put on the board, and then they can sit on the board until they are, if they leave that position, they can stay until they are replaced. However, if they're no, the problem is if they are no longer representative of that agency, therein lies the problem, because it can be looked at from two sides. Either the person can continue, or they would then be having to leave the board because they're no longer representative of that agency.
So just to make it clear, legally, the board cannot meet right now.
Correct.
And when was the last time the board met?
The last legal meeting was in September of 2022, or August. It's either August or September of 2022. They did have a non-voting meeting in August of this year where they met so we could just provide updates and talk about what's going on. The other challenge is in the act, and that's why we didn't meet immediately after the act passed. There is another challenge because this current act did not really reseat the board or explicitly reseat the board to the, because it's an act that substituted it in its entirety. It did not explicitly put the board back in their position. And so there's concern that the board is not properly seated in the first place since this act has been substituted. So those were amendments submitted in March as well.
And lastly, you said you're ready to implement the rules and regulations for medicinal cannabis use only. So now that you have drafted these rules and regulations, the step is it has to go to the public, right?
So this is the draft. The draft, since it has not been reviewed for legal sufficiency, it's just right now for community engagement. So we can show the public what we're thinking about. There are changes that we would like to make that need to be adopted. There are some other things that we're considering, but this is a good place to start so that people can see that we are making progress and you can see where we are at, and really to gain the insight. I've already started to get some really good comments and feedback from the community, so I really appreciate everybody's engagement with us on that. After that step, once the board has been confirmed that they are properly seated, the board would formally propose and regulations. They have to vote on it, and then once they have voted on it, it would go out for a formal 30-day comment period, and at the close of that comment period, we would gather all of the comments, reply to the comments, and then the board would formally propose the rules and regulations, which would then be sent to the governor, and the governor would sign and promulgate the rules and regulations.
Thank you for that. So, colleagues, we have heard testimonies from the various testifiers here today. We look forward to a meaningful and productive conversation. And we will start with a 5-minute round. And we will start with Senator Angel Borges Jr., followed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning, Central staff. Good morning, Director Carty, and sorry, I apologize. It was concerning to hear that the board has not met in a year's time, and I'm hoping that that can be rectified sooner than later, as there has been very slow movement in this field or industry. And we know the potential economic value that it can have for our entire territory. I wanted to know about equity and legacy operators. Could you elaborate on what strategies have in place to provide opportunities for those operators to address historical marginalization as well?
Absolutely. So one of the points that I brought up is that this is something that needs to be conducted via legislation. It would be nice to have some opportunity to expand our definition of social equity in the Act. I think it has a very narrow view on what social equity means, and if there's an opportunity for us to expand it a little bit, it would give us more leeway in order to accommodate more programs to specifically target legacy operators. As far as what our office is doing, as I mentioned, we're working with the Office of the Governor to start training programs that can target specific members in our community that would need additional support, such as legacy operators, to get that jargon, education, and other materials that they may need in order to be successful in the industry.
Okay, thank you for that response. And concerning your consumer did you?
Yes, Senator Blokey. I'd like to also just add this, that we have had a number of informal meetings. So it's not like we haven't met since September. There are the legal aspects of actually hosting board meetings. If you don't have a full quorum, obviously you can't really host business. But we have had a number of lunch and learn sessions where within that we gather using Zoom and we go over basically the rules, the regs, how we think we need to move so that we have some sort of direction and momentum moving forward. We haven't been stalled in the water. So we've had at least 5 or 6 meetings since September. And in September, we really learned that this other bill was coming to the fore. And so it almost made no sense to do any business. We weren't given a copy of this forthcoming bill. And so it didn't make sense to have meetings on a bill, the previous bill, which was the Medicinal Cannabis Act, which we were basically, that's why we joined the board, to have any other additional meetings because it was going to essentially be replaced completely.
Okay, very well noted. I wanted to follow consumer engagement and how will you plan to target and engage with specific populations, medicinal patients, sacramental users, and legacy operators?
2 minutes.
Thank you so much for the question. There are some specific areas that we're going to be using. I would love, now that we've received our funding, in order to do some surveys so we can get an understanding of the educational gaps that we need to fill for each of those groups that you mentioned. Outside of that, I also would like to start running advertisements that we see in other states. When we visited Colorado, you weren't a senator then, but I remember being in the room with you and we were looking at what Colorado demonstrated as their program for how they educate their community in a number of different aspects. Since then, I've also visited New Jersey, and being a part of the CANRA meeting, I heard a lot about how they're engaging with their consumers and how they're specifically targeting education of our youth and making sure they understand how cannabis use can affect them in the long term. So there's a survey, to make my answer short, surveys, advertisements, and town hall meetings with each of those individual groups, specifically by the OCR. Outside of that, the CAB will also be running their town hall meeting on the rules and regulations once that comment period has concluded.
Okay, and thank you for that. And before my time runs out, you made some recommendations for amendments. And I want to touch on the one for research and development facilities. What is the primary concern with research and development facilities introducing products to the market, and how would you create a separate nursery license, I believe?
Yes. So
to address that concern.
So the way the research and development license is currently written, it's written as a nursery license. A nursery being where you get small plants, and that's where people in the industry who are interested in purchasing plants. May I continue? In purchasing plants would be able to go and buy clones or small seedlings, seeds of the cannabis plants. That is something that we should have. It should be where the businesses can go and get seedlings and seeds and other small crops. So that license should be separate and it should be listed as a nursery license. I see that there's a problem in that it's a research and development license, but people can also get a testing facility license. And while we're trying to amend that by rule, it would be a lot stronger if it was also by code. Because as a regulator, you're looking at other states I can specifically call out Nevada, who is having an issue where testing facilities are doctoring their numbers and they have no skin in the game. If you are a nursery giving out product and then you can take it back and test it, then you can doctor your numbers so that it matches people's expectations. So they're seeing inflated THC values, inflated correlations to the terpenes. Different terpenes that don't actually exist in the plant are being put on these reports. So within this research and development license, there's 3 licenses, and it actually needs to be broken out into those 3 licenses. The last part is for a research and development license, you want that to go under rigorous testing and standards before it ever gets to the public. And this license doesn't say that. So it creates a loophole where the public could potentially be getting dangerous, untested products directly into the marketplace. So that leaves a lot of room for the public to get hurt. And that's a great concern of mine. So that's why I have it in my list.
And thank you for that response, and I believe that is a great concern of all of our colleagues here today. Thank you, Mr. for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Quick question. As far as our other Caribbean islands, as far as not copying, but just a page out of some of their books, have we had opportunity to study areas like Puerto Rico and Jamaica?
So I've reached out to both Puerto Rico and Jamaica. I did finally get a response from Jamaica when I reached out to a person that knows them there. I'm hoping to meet with them soon. But I look at their program from an outside perspective. Right now, I'm trying to get their inside perspective. So no, I haven't been able to do that. But I am working my angles to be able to try and get access to them and speak to them about it. Because I do think it's important to get Caribbean perspective. The blessing is working with some of the vendors in cannabis. Cannabis is a large but also a very small space. So a lot of the vendors work with other entities. So like, for example, Tyler Technologies, which does our, it's called the Medicinal Cannabis Patient Registry, but we're going to call it just the registry because it also will include Sacramento users and the agent identification cards. They have worked Jamaica. I've spoken with Oaksterdam University, the first cannabis college in the United States. They work with Jamaica and with the other islands to do the work. So working together to try and make us, because Jamaica was one of the first people to do a Sacramento user program as well. So that's why I'm trying to get into being able to have robust conversations with about what they're doing.
I'm happy to know that you're doing that because during one of my recent trips, I must admit, they have it going. So continue to monitor that and make sure that we can eventually lead to a industry that will make money and help with our economy. So thank you for that. Next, Senator Donna Fred-Gregory.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Let me start where the previous speaker left off with regards to our research and development, R&D. The concern that I'm getting from my office is how do we push out a R&D RFP to the rules and regulations being completed?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Research and development,
Yes.
the rules and regs not being done.
Uh-huh.
How do we move forward with that RFP absent of the clear direction with regards to the rules and regulations?
So we haven't put out a R&D license through the RFP program.
And I said, it says, I'm actually looking at commentary. So do you have an RFP going out for research and development?
No.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so I dialed that back because that's information that I got. Okay, and you are in the middle of dealing with the rules and regs, and I believe that there's another 4 weeks on that October
It's going to
10th?
for the comment period, it's 30 days, but it's going to be longer than that for the completion of the rules and regs.
Right. So the comment period is 30 days. And during the comment period, after the comment period, what next? And I ask what next because while you may have a comment period, what is that engaging period? The engaging with the community.
At the conclusion, and I just mentioned this as well, at the conclusion of the 30-day period, the Cannabis Advisory Board is going to hold a town hall meeting.
Okay.
Subsequent to that, the OCR is going to be also holding town hall meetings with specific groups, including the adult users, the medicinal users, sacramental users, and legacy operators, to make sure that we are fully engaging our core group of stakeholders in our community.
When you say specific groups, why is it not open to the entire community?
The CAB town hall is open to the entire
Okay, so you have
community.
an open town hall. All right. So the budget that you received, how much did you receive from the GVA?
I received the allotment from the Act 8680, which is $1 million. I received that on September 7th.
And how did you utilize those funds?
We have not utilized any of those funds yet.
So the act was 1 million or 1.2 million?
1 million.
So the act was 1 million. Are those funds available until expended?
Yes.
All right. And you said you did not have the occasion to use any of those funds. Why?
Because I received them on September 7th.
Like September 7th of like this just
Of-
September 7th?
Yes, of September 7th, 2023.
So we appropriated those funds and you're just receiving them?
Yes.
So how have you been surviving?
We are surviving on the initial allotment from the medicinal cannabis patient
2
Act,
minutes.
which was $500,000 for 2 years until expended.
Okay. So you have $1 million that you have not used. All right. And I know that here in the institution, or you came before us a few months ago and you shared with us that there was some amendments that we needed to make to the to the law.
Yes.
As it relates to this particular matter. How does us not acting on those amendments, how does that impact your rolling out of your rules and regs?
So it actually
Rolling out of your rules and regs.
First, we were anticipating that the amendments would have been conducted. So the initial iteration of the rules and regulations were conforming to the changes that we were anticipating, including being able to have sacramental users and adult users enter retail spaces. So that was the first challenge. So it kind of pushed us back because we had to start over on the rules and regs and eliminate the references to to adult users and sacramental users, particularly for dispensaries. It also, in the long run, will affect us because the core group of individuals that we are anticipating receiving tax revenue from, as this body keeps mentioning, would not be able to enter a dispensary to make a purchase and would subsequently...
Say that again.
Those groups, particularly the adult users, are the core of any cannabis program. So if they cannot enter a dispensary to make a purchase, they would not be taxed because medicinal patients are not taxed. Sacramental users are not taxed as well. So it would be the adult users that would be the taxable body. And if they cannot enter the retail space, they cannot pay a tax. It also would impact our tourists, who we anticipate would be the largest part of the sector for cannabis. The tourists would not be able to enter unless they had a medicinal card from their home jurisdiction or from the Virgin Islands.
Okay, I think, Mr. Chair?
Can I just say something?
Okay, so go ahead, because I thought you
I just wanted to really make it clear that the average Joe on the street who is here visiting and wants to go into the dispensary, based on the current law, the way that it is written, they won't be able to gain access to the dispensary. So that doesn't make any sense because that's what the whole bill is about giving the average Joe and Jane access to the dispensary in addition to the medicinal users and sacramental users.
Okay, so I understand. So, can I go ahead, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up.
So I have the amendments to the cannabis law, and we're going to get back with y'all to start the process again. We were working with one of the attorneys at the Office of the Governor. However, that sort of fell off because, of course, we've been in the middle of one of the reasons why we're senators to deal with the budget of the territory. So once we're done with that, we're gonna get back on the train. So I won't encourage you to move the needle too far on your regulations because we are right at the cusp of moving forward with hearing those amendments. Okay? So I
Thank
just
you
wanted to
very
make sure I
much.
put that on the record. And I know that the chair, Mr. Chair, asked me about it, I want to say about a week or two ago. So it's on the top of our agenda.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Mr. Clerk, please mark Senator Blyden as present. Thank you, Senator Blyden, for being here. Before I get to the next senator, as far as the community being able to reach the office, I'm assuming that there's an open line right now and you have been taking comments and questions from the public?
Yes, via email at comments at, the end part is a little long, but usvi.on Microsoft. It's on the rules and regulations document on every page where they can send their comments.
And who is the public relations officer?
Myself.
Okay, and then there's a Facebook page, right?
Yes.
It's not Twitter anymore, but you have the X.
The X. Yes, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and then the newsletter.
And there's a website as well.
Yes, and the website.
Can you place that on the record?
Yes, so it's ocr.vi.gov is the website. You can find us on X or Twitter and Facebook at USVI-OCR and on Instagram at USVI.OCR.
And you mentioned about training programs being put together by the Office of the Governor. How is that being funded, and when you plan to roll out those training programs?
So that is funded by the acts that accompanied Act 8680. I believe it's Act 8679, if I'm not mistaken. It appropriated $150,000 towards micro grant programs and training initiatives. So that's the funding that's being earmarked to begin the training programs. We're hoping to have a training program open as soon as September 27th. We're in conversations with a contractor at this time. So we're hoping to see, not April. Did I say April? I meant September 27th.
September.
Yeah, sorry.
And how long these programs will be?
So the one I'm talking about for September is an 8-week training program where you receive 8 weeks of classroom learning in a virtual setting at 2 times a day, and then you have access to training and the portal for over a year. So you get additional training. And then we're also looking at doing training programs where they're more in the webinar format. So you can tune into a webinar and that has a greater reach than just the coursework that's being offered.
And please continue to send your press releases, correspondence, or anything that you have going on pertaining to OCR so we can share with our constituents, because we do have a lot of questions coming from the public. Okay. So next in line, Senator Diane Capehart, followed by Senate President Novelli Francis Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. In the testimony that Ms. Carty that you provided, you mentioned about Schedule 1 drugs. I'm pretty interested in that because I know this has been conversation for a long time. Being marijuana is a Schedule 1 substance under the Controlled Substance Act. So have you been working with the Drug Enforcement Administration to make this happen? Do you think it's important that marijuana be placed on a Schedule 1 drug? Can you explain that for us between 1 and 2? How important it is or the disadvantage?
So marijuana being a Schedule 1 drug means that it is totally illegal. It means that there is no use at all for this product except to get someone high. And that has proven to not be the case for marijuana. It has been shown to have medicinal use. Most people vote to deschedule it entirely, so it's not on any schedule. But this a monumental change from the Department of Human Services on the federal level has made it so if the DEA does choose to reschedule it to Schedule 3, it would give people more opportunity to access the cannabis space. One of the greatest challenges that any cannabis industry faces in the United States is access to banks, access to capital. This would create an avenue for us as Virgin Islanders, as Black and brown people, to access cannabis in a more robust way as business owners and entrepreneurs. As far as engagement with DEA, I have reached out to the DEA, and I actually have the email where they say that they're not going to engage with me at all because this is a federally illegal drug, and as far as they're concerned, they're not going to engage with any regulator on that. I have tried to work around that still. As I mentioned, I'm a part of CANRA, which is the Cannabis Regulators Association, which is about 48 states and territories across the United States that have gathered together to draft recommendations and responses to federal questions about cannabis and hemp products. And they engage with the DEA and speak with them on our behalf or whomever in the federal government that we need to address. That's a really good program that I'm a part of, and I'm happy that I was able to make us a part of that.
Thank you. Are there any cultivation license being issued at this time? And why I ask, because I received
2
a
minutes.
call some time ago, and I understand that there's some issues. Is there a hemp director at the Department of Agriculture? Because I understand for that same reason, there were some issues with licensing can't be renewed. Can you explain that for me?
So I'm not at the Department of Agriculture any longer, so I'd let them answer what their plans are for the director position. As far as I'm aware, I still file the reports for the hemp program. I don't want to speak about the specific license on the record, but that is not the reason why their license was not renewed.
So let me just ask. So I want to renew my license, or I want to get a license. Who am I submitting this payment to?
It would go on the Department of Agriculture's website. There's a link for the hemp program, and they would submit their application through that.
So you're telling me today that Department of Agriculture would be the department that would receive the monies for this application, correct?
They would have to issue a charge to them. But again, I'm not at the department, so I'm not sure what they're doing over there.
You should know the process.
I know the process.
You guys should be working together. So I have to wait for Department of Agriculture to come on the floor to ask this question.
Because I can only speak to what was happening when I was there, and I'm not there any longer, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Can you explain to me this terminology that's being used that I'm not clear of? I'm looking for the word. Sacramental users. What can you define that for me?
A sacramental user is a person that uses cannabis for religious purposes.
Okay, because you didn't list it in some other definitions here. Okay, so thank you. So
Time.
that would be like our Rastafarians who would use it for religious sacramental reasons.
Correct.
Okay.
It could also be Native Americans or Hindus or any
Okay.
other group that
Okay.
uses.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, just one more, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
One more.
I'm very concerned about the stores that or gas stations that are selling marijuana-derived products. How are we enforcing this now, where there are things that are being sold in these places that should not be sold? How are we going to enforce this?
So right now, the hemp enforcement falls under my office, but we do not have enforcement officers. So I've been working through DOH and DLCA's enforcement team to monitor what's happening in those areas. Unfortunately, because of the language that leaves the gap for hemp with the Virgin Islands law, we have a very limited scope on what we can do with our enforcement officers at this time. That's why I made my plea in this testimony here today that we take a little bit more of an active step on what types of products we want to see for hemp by doing that through legislation, because it really does need to be conducted via legislation. Certain products, such as smokable hemp, there is no way for us to test at this point in time the difference between cannabis and hemp. It's the same plant. And so if somebody I've heard stories of people at gas stations with brown paper bags of hemp, and they reach in and pull out a handful and hand it to somebody to sell it to them. We don't have a way of enforcing that at this point in time because of the way the law is written. So that has to be addressed. And that's why I made that plea here today.
Thank you, Director Carty.
I think I want to also say that I think the hemp board no longer is acting because it's separate from the OCR board. We're not the same entity. We're not the same board members. We don't actually know if they even exist, because I don't think they've had a board meeting in over
It's
2 years,
I'm not
maybe?
sure. There was a meeting that we did together.
So a lot of the hemp information is flown to us, but we're actually not responsible for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Senator. So at a later time, we will have to bring in the hemp board. But quick question. We are not rushing, but we have been very patient in the Virgin Islands. Too patient. Once amendments are passed, and with the review of legal sufficiency and the steps that you made mention of earlier today, how soon can we see any issuance of license? This year or next year?
It would be next year. I am happy to report that since we started the contract for the registry system under the Patient Registry Act, we will have a program starting in January where where practitioners and sacramental organizations can actually start to register themselves to be able to accept patients and sacramental users at a later date. So that will be starting in January as per the act. So we will have programs starting in January of next year.
So my request to you, and I hope the clerk can take note of this. I know in March, I inquired and I asked you about the steps to roll out everything, hoping and praying that everything went as planned. But now we have this hurdle with the amendment or the amendments that are needed. What I need from you is documentation that speaks to an updated timeline as far as how we will roll out this industry. Let's just assume we get this amendment passed by October, by November. We just need a timeline of how this will roll out so we can know as lawmakers what to expect so we don't have to continuously bring you guys down here.
Okay.
I really would like to just have you do your thing, pick up the phone, call you, instead of having to bring you down here all the time.
We need to have a full quorum. That's one of the things that we need to establish, because we could certainly have the rules and regs, but they actually have to be voted on and passed. So, I mean, we're working earnestly with the Department of Justice and the legal counsel to try to get all of these things in place, but really it's like a bottleneck. because we have to have, by law, a full quorum to be able to pass the rules and regs, which is why we're saying they're drafts, because we can't actually act on it. Once we can act on it, once we have a quorum, we can vote on it, pass it. The next step really comes into the dispensing of the licenses, which is in itself is a process, because this is going to be a merit-based system. And so, people will apply for the licenses, and then we'll have a certain amount of time for applications to come in, because we want to get the licenses out as quickly as possible. And the licenses are limited. I suspect that throughout the territory, probably only, the ones that we're looking at are the dispensary licenses. Those seem to be the ones that are most in demand. And probably, realistically speaking, we're only talking about 20 dispensaries throughout the territory. And I would say we probably have 100 applicants that are going to be looking for those things. It is a merit-based. It's not first come, first served. It's not who you know, how much money you have. It's not that. We're going to have to hire a firm to basically look at all the various criteria so that we can roll this out in a way that is fair and equitable within the community, including the legacy individuals, right? So those are things that we're having to take into consideration. Those things take time. We could say we're open today, put all your applications in for licensing, and even after that, it will probably take maybe about 2 months before we're able to whittle it down to those 20 individuals, because it takes time to do. So that's kind of where we are right now. Obviously, the cultivators, the farmers, the individuals, the testers, those. Manufacturing. Yeah, the manufacturing. Those licenses are probably not going to be as high in demand, and we anticipate a lot of micro growers, and we anticipate being able to get those things out readily. 100 plants, 1,000 plants, etc. Those things are going to roll out much quicker. We know that these plants take time to grow, so we want to get that up and running quickly because it has to match the demand. Like if we start today, we're saying still today, it's going to come in 6 months from now, or however long it takes for the plants to grow. So those are all of the things we're trying to rule everything out so that it comes out smoothly and not kind of like hodgepodge and erratic. Those are our challenges.
I just wanted to add that I'm confident that the governor will send down the nominees for the board. My understanding is that he has 2 individuals to send down to you guys to vote on. So I'm sure that's coming as well.
And we welcome that.
Noted. The reason why we want this in the first branch of government is for one reason: revenues. During the election, when it was brought down to us, it was told to us that it's going to bring into approximately $20 million. We at the time, we placed a big question mark. And my question to you is, are we still on track with the projected number as far as revenues, $20 million? Have you had a chance to review those numbers again?
I have not ever gotten a chance to review those numbers, but with the timeline as I'm seeing it right now, it would be almost impossible for us to get that revenue for the next fiscal year, based off of having to do the rules and regulations, having to issue licenses, the licensees getting their stuff together and getting operational. That's going to probably take us into the next fiscal year, realistically.
But the number is still the same, 20 million.
You would have to speak to them. I'm not sure.
I want to say that when we were hired to come on the board, that was not our mandate. Our mandate.
One second. You have to understand, Governor Bryan came down to us and said that we're just kindly asking, is it still the same? We're not saying that's the mandate for you.
I don't know.
Hold on. She knows. That's why she answered. She was a part of the initial conversations. Is that correct? Yes? CEO Cardi, Ms. Cardi?
I was not a part of those conversations, so no.
All right, no problem. We're going to move right along. Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized. Senate President Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. I want to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that here it is that we continue to have this circular conversation and the ball is put back into the legislature court. In fact, that, after signing up this piece of legislation back in January, that we're hearing that there is a number of amendments that needs to be moved, and those amendments are pending since March, and we're into the September area, and I'm hoping that we could go ahead and move those favorably so that we could take ourselves out of the equation, and in fact, we could have the OCR and the industry do what they need to do to raise the revenues that have been promised in respect to this. I know that during the discussion, Director Carty and Dr. Ken, is that a lot of the details of the legislation was left up to the rules and regulation, so that we don't have a dominant legislation that didn't allow for the flexibility in terms of the rules and regulations. Am I still hearing now from you that, in fact, some of those recommendations that you have sent down truly requires legislation, is not something that could be implemented by the rules and regs?
So at this time, the requests for amendments that we have cannot be done by rule. We've spoken to legal counsel about that at length, and unfortunately, it's not something that can be done by rule. For example, another one of our requirements is for the background check, which is required by the law, and to access the federal database for background checks, you actually have to have it in the law, written in the law, that who has access to that database and for what purpose. It has to be explicit, and that cannot be done by rule. That comes from the FBI.
Very well. So we look forward to working on these amendments, and you also send down individuals as prepared to testify and support the amendments that have been put forth thus far?
I'm prepared to support the amendment request that I have made, and I know the Office of the Governor has also requested some amendments, and they would send someone to support those as well.
Very well. In respect to the rules and regs that you have drafted thus far, can you tell me or further explain to me how those rules and regs will develop? Is it a cookie cutter rules and regs, or is this something that in fact the OCR or the board has been able to put together thus far?
So the rules and regulations were actually drafted by legal counsel in conjunction with the OCR and the CAB. It started with at the bare bones of it were the medicinal cannabis patient rules that we developed last year, and then we added to them. And obviously we look to other states and jurisdictions to see what all they're doing to make sure that we're comporting with what is happening on a national level as well.
And in respect to those rules and regs, have there been any public, I know that you're talking about putting it out now in a draft stage, but have there been any public input, any town halls, any symposium? What is the public input in respect to the preparation of the rules and regs, or you're waiting for the draft to be reviewed to conduct those town halls?
So the draft has been publicized. It was published on Friday. And anybody who has a comment there's an email address on the rules that you can send your comments to about the rules and regulations. At the conclusion of a 30-day period to allow everyone to read our wonderfully long 144-page document, we would then have the CAB, would then have a town hall meeting in which they would hear any additional public comments, and all of those would be considered as we move forward with the rules and regulations.
In respect to the rules and regs again, and as well as the amendment, how do we reconcile? Is there going to be any need for additional rules to be developed, or the rules and regs were developed with the idea that the amendments will be supported and passed by the legislature?
The current draft of the rules and regs comport with the law as written. There is another draft that comports with the suggested amendments that we could merge the two to make sure that we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed.
Very well. Can you tell me how was Positive Nelson involved in the preparation or the work that's being currently done
Time.
in the cannabis industry?
Positive Nelson is the policy advisor to the governor on cannabis, also known as the cannabis czar. He is who I work with at the office of the governor to make sure of the things such as the training. That's who we work with. He's available to any of us when we call so that we can have somebody up in the governor's office advocating on our behalf. He also works with other agencies. If I have a question or I can't get in contact with another agency, he'll reach out to them and make sure that they're responsive to me or get whatever question I have asked answered in a timely manner.
Outstanding. At this time, Mr. Chair, I have one final question, if you'll allow it.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. In respect to the edibles and the schools education, I'm very troubled. I overheard a conversation recently about a student that spoke about the impact and effects of edible at school. What is being done from your position in respect to again continue to enforce and inform our students in respect to edibles?
At this point in time, now that we have received our funding, I'm going to start working on the advertisements, targeting young people. That's one of the groups that I'm hoping to target. Also, we would be working with our enforcement team to make sure that the hemp products, which are what you are referencing because they're not standard cannabis, the hemp products would hopefully have a more robust program around it where we can use the law as written to enforce the issues that the community is facing around hemp, because that's where the gap is right now for hemp enforcement. It's not explicit enough about how we can handle some of these issues that we're facing.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. And again, this train is already on track, and it's critical that we move in lockstep, so that we don't find ourselves in a defensive position, a further defensive position in respect to being able to enforce and control this. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity and time.
I did have one last thing I wanted to add to the question before that, if possible.
Proceed.
Former Commissioner Nelson is also working on the auto expungement program, which is a part of Act 8679, and that he has been meeting with a few individuals about that program as well to make sure that we're getting Virgin Islanders prepared to be able to apply for licenses, which also contribute to the legacy operators that exist in the Virgin Islands.
So quick question: are you aware if Government House tapped someone to be the liaison between the executive branch and the legislature? Would that be positive?
On what?
Just to
on
be a
what subject matter?
liaison when it comes to this whole cannabis conversation.
It would be him as well, probably.
You see, and I'm just learning this. These things need to be made public. These things need to be made public so we can know. So now we know who to hold accountable.
No.
Point of information by Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I know that when we traveled to Colorado a few years ago, we met a few experts in the field. Did you make a connection with any of them?
Yes. One of them we actually went back to speak with is Sergeant, and I'm going to mess up his name.
The guy from the
The police department, yes. Angelico. something like that. I'm going to mess up his
I
name.
know who
so
you're
I'm not
talking
going to
about. I
try.
could see him.
Yes. So we did meet with him. We've worked with him to find out what we're going to need for our enforcement team. That's also where one of my recommendations came from, that we need to be explicit about the fact that the OCR enforcement team is supposed to deal with the legal market, and the VIPD needs to be set up for the legacy and illicit market. That's important because of the amount of resources that are required to manage the illicit market.
Any other connections?
There's somebody else that I met with, but I can't remember their name right now. But yes, we've been working with them.
Okay, that's good, because it's very important that, we make those connections and we, lessons learned. We have those experiences so we can know where we're going.
Outside of Colorado, I've also worked with regulators across the United States. I've had in-depth conversations and spoken to regulators in Missouri, Illinois, Nevada, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, and Hawaii. Those are the ones that I've specifically spoken to, reached out with, met, talked to on a number of occasions, and it's been a great experience learning from all of them as well about lessons learned.
All right. I am looking forward to looking at the rules and regs, and definitely what we talked about earlier with regards to the amendments. The legislation, when we speak, and can I proceed?
Yeah, you could go ahead.
When we speak to the amendments in particular, it's important that we acknowledge that no legislation is actually perfect. So as you look at the legislation, it's important that we dig deeper, the implementers dig deeper and bring back their recommendations. And you have done just that. So we have some work to do here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cardi, quick question. Are you aware of when former Commissioner Positive Nelson came on board as a policy advisor?
I'm not sure of the exact date, no.
Understood, because if I knew, I would have brought him here. So you're in communication with him, obviously.
Yes.
When last have you met with him?
I last met with him. I last met with him on Friday, but I speak to him pretty much every day. We have some conversation about what we're doing, what we need to do, and where we need to go to set some directionality. We actually had a meeting on Monday with the training coordinator, now that I'm thinking about it.
I just found it weird that there was no official announcement. But it is what it is. Next in line, Senator Alma Francis Heilega. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers. My first set of questions have to do
One
with
second,
public
Senator.
knowledge.
1 second, Senator. You can pause her time.
No problem.
Hold her time. Start it over.
No problem.
Media, if you can just get her camera up, please. Okay, you may proceed. You may proceed.
There I go. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good morning once again. My first line of questioning has to do with public interaction and knowledge. The first question I want to know, Ms. Cardi, how do you think the people of the territory generally understand the terms and the rules surrounding Act 8680? Because initially there was a lot of confusion when the bill was initially passed. How do you think you guys have done with educating the public so far and getting them to better understand about the act?
I don't think that we've done enough at this point in time to do consumer education. That is one of the points that I would like to work on. We haven't had any funding for me to proceed thus far on that. So as I move forward, we're going to start doing the targeted consumer education, as I mentioned, specifically for the youth, and then each of our stakeholder groups, including patients, sacramental users, adult users, and the community as a whole. What we have been able to do is to work with the VIPD to put out some press releases, both on the radio, and they've been working on some social media ads that they can also run about cannabis. And as far as the radio ads, there were two versions, a grassroots version and a very plain spoken version, and why every time I speak, I try to be clear about the differences in what we're doing. I find that the greatest deficit in community knowledge is between cannabis and hemp, and I can understand why.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. And I am hopeful you guys will be funded shortly. Continue to dive in and give to us the information you need so we can better assist you. When it comes to your collaboration with DLCA, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, as you continue to partner and dive in, what are some of the issues that you see arise that we as a legislature could potentially assist you with to make sure that there is a good correlation and balance between yourself and that agency to make sure the lives of the people who wish to participate in this industry goes a lot smoother?
My collaboration with DLCA, it has been very good. They have been very supportive. Throughout this time, they've given me my administration support in terms of submitting any financial paperwork, and former Commissioner Evangelista and Commissioner nominee Hodge have both been incredibly helpful in ensuring that I'm utilizing the resources that they have. I even had office space there, and they make sure that I'm set up as far as are running right now. I foresee in the future that we're going to have challenges as we grow, because they also, and I'll let Commissioner Hodge speak for it, but they also have challenges on office space, particularly on St. Thomas in the size. So as our office grows, that might become a challenge. And then obviously our budget and the amendments are the two biggest challenges that I think the legislature could assist us on.
Okay. Specifically, I know in the testimony, I heard about this not being able to scan the licenses through BMV or something to that nature.
Correct.
Have you guys have any conversation as to how something like that would be resolved, or what your continued concerns are, or how it can come to fruition?
So the only way that would be immediately resolved is if everybody in the Virgin Islands was issued a brand new license, which I don't think that's going to happen just for cannabis, being realistic. But it is something that we had the initial conversation on. I'm hoping to find ways to work around it. But that is a challenge, because it's industry standard to have a license correlated to a sale. Yeah. And it's a challenge, because it's something that we're just not able to do here. So it's something that we're trying to work through, but I don't have an immediate response for it at this time.
Okay, well, we will look out to hear a little bit more about your conversation with the BMV and potentially seeing how resolutions can come about for that. I wanted to ask her, what are some of the things that you have learned, or we have learned collectively, for our involvement with the Cannabis Regulators Association? Anything that you've learned that we could implement here, amend our laws, or dealing with adjusting or being inclusive in our policies that could benefit the industry here in the territory?
Absolutely. There are a lot of lessons learned. I was able to have a great conversation with a ton of the regulators. A lot of the recommendations that I've developed as part of being in this process, as being the executive director, have come from resources that I've gotten being a part of the Cannabis Regulators Association. We share information on what's going on, the problems that we're facing. A lot of the things where I was able to come up with the language about hemp was because CANRA has had a robust engagement around hemp. They provide a lot of resources to me.
Okay. Thank you so much in regards to that. One of the things that I also wanted
Senator,
to ask about.
You could just wrap up.
No. Time?
Just
okay,
wrap up.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask my last question. One of my colleagues spoke a little bit in regards to the amount of funding that we could potentially generate. If I recall, when we attended Denver, we heard that it could be anywhere between 25 million on the low end, maximum 40 million. But we also heard that a lot of those resources would have to go back into the community But one of the things that the Brian Roach administration kept saying that they wanted to be as part at top of their list is licensing of various different types of cannabis strains as their main source of revenue. Is that something that you guys are looking into as part of ways to generate funding around this industry? Because they were very adamant, because when you look at 25 million, and by the time you have to put that back into the police department, health department, public relations, human services, that's a very small amount in comparison to what we might potentially have to pay back out. So I'm very interested in knowing about that other aspect that the Brian Roach administration is clearly shared with us, or had discussions stating that that is going to be their objective or major key as to bringing in revenues. Has that been part of your agenda?
I think that's how we're accomplishing that, through our research and development license. That would allow people to develop these strains, and then we would be able to create a U.S. Virgin Islands brand around each of those strains. I am aware that the governor has interest in making sure that the Virgin Islands strains are recognized and retained. And I think that's I think the last time I was here, we spoke about seed banks and all of those initiatives. So it would all be kind of tied into that, those programs.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. I'll continue to listen.
Thank you, Senator. Quick question. While we are on the topic of revenues, Governor Bryan made it clear that one of the ways they plan to generate a bulk of the revenues is through tourism, and I think is with the day passes. So as far as being able to establish that, how is that conversation coming along? And I know we were still going through the drafting of the rules and regulations, what role Department of Tourism will play, even if we're going to depend heavily on tourists?
So the Department of Tourism is, I believe, one of the individuals that are going to be added to the board right at this time. I'm not sure. I've not heard the reference to day pass, but I have heard reference to the $20 at the register charge. So anybody who is not a resident of the Virgin Islands, every time they go to the point of sale, they would be charged $20 for a purchase. So would it be whatever they picked up purchase plus $20, and that $20 would be going back into the tourism industry.
So you said tourism will be added to the board. Is that a part of the amendments?
No, that's actually part of the law right now. They
Okay.
are one of the individuals that need to be added.
Okay, just want to make it clear. All right, due to some time constraints, I would have to squeeze in Senator Blyden before Senator Johnson. So Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, CEO Carty and Dr. Keene, and thank you for your testimony. This morning, I'm a little disappointed, though, because, to be honest, this was a landmark piece of legislation for us in the territory. There was a lot of talk about it and excitement. And to me, I feel like we are back at the beginning, because I know that the board is doing what they need to do, and there are many moving parts in respect to many of the amendments, etc., that's needed in order to move forward, because I know there were conflicting language in section 776, subsection A, regarding who is permitted the premises of a cannabis license. And that's key, because as the chair stated, it's all about the revenues. Some estimated $20 million in revenue that will help the government coffers. And that's major, in my opinion. Let me ask CEO Carty in respect to the board. When was the last meeting the board had, whereas they had a quorum, an actual quorum at that meeting?
The last official board meeting was in September And then I also mentioned that we had some discrepancies with the passing of the new act, which prevented the board from officially meeting in the beginning part of this year and towards the end even as well.
But you had a quorum at that time?
It's up in the air because, as I mentioned, the language in the act is conflicting. It's the language states that each. I'm sorry, I need to go back. When you're going to read the language around the board, it says one representative from the Department of Agriculture, one representative from the Department of Health, and so on and so forth. When that person leaves their position, there's another part that states that they can continue on the board. However, it is unclear because since they have left their position in the government, it is unclear whether or not they are still representatives of that agency. So it needs to be cleared up in the language of the law, and to prevent any issues with us doing anything illegally, we're trying to make sure that that's cleared up. We have asked for a legal opinion, but that could easily be cleared up with a change by the legislature.
That was my next question. Did you seek legal opinion in respect to
Yes.
to that situation? So you have?
Yes.
Okay, very well. In respect to your testimony, you also spoke about training programs, etc. Can you speak to that briefly, please?
The training programs, we are working with the Office of the Governor to set up additional training programs for our community.
2 minutes.
It would be centered around entrepreneurship and in making sure that individuals are fully engaged and trained prior to us rolling out applications.
And what's former Senator Nelson' new position?
He is the policy advisor to the governor on cannabis, which was announced via press conference a little earlier this year. I'm not sure of the date.
And in respect to the community as a whole, because many individuals approach myself and many of my colleagues in respect to uncertainty when it comes to cannabis being legal or not, and we always tell them basically we are waiting for the rules and regulation, etc., before we can move forward. But nonetheless, many individuals are not aware and are doing what they do on a regular basis. How can you assure moving forward with the communication between the public and the board in respect to rules and regulation, what's really going on in that space? Because we don't want many individuals being cited for something that they really didn't know, and at the same time we're still trying to do expungement, etc., and it don't make no sense. It's confusion.
So
what can you speak to in that respect?
That question is a lot, and it's a lot to unpack, just to be quite frank. It's a very layered conversation because one of the first things is in every jurisdiction, when you announce that there is adult use, people use that opportunity to get into the cannabis business illegally. That has been seen in many states across the United States. And we cannot expect that us here in the Virgin Islands are going to be the same, any different, because when people hear that it's legal, they use that opportunity. And quite frankly, some people are opportunistic because they're using the legality, quote unquote, of the experience to get into the space. And we're going to see a surge. What we need to do to be able to bring down that market is to get the program running. As far as making sure that people understand what's going on, that's where the public media campaign, our training manager and our PIO would then work together to make sure that the community fully understands what all is going on and how they can get into the industry.
Okay, thank you for that. And in closing, let me speak to, let me ask in respect to the dispensary licenses. And you said it's going to be based on a merit system, or merit criteria. And also I want to know the time frame of that aspect of the regulation and rules. What would it look like in respect to the 20 or so licenses, dispensary licenses?
Time.
What would that look like?
What would the application process look like?
In terms of, like you said, there's 100 applications, but there's only room for 20. And it's going to be based on a merit system, a merit criteria. What will that criteria look like in terms of being
What's happening right now is it is written into the law that certain things are required for the merit-based system. That's by law. The rules go further in explaining what each of those requirements are. So, for example, I mentioned before the background check. There is a financial plan involved, a business plan, some other aspects that need to be involved. Some things we may move around in the requirements. Certain things like having a security plan set up, or certain things may fall more into a certificate to operate, which would be issued after the license. What we're hoping to do is to get a consulting agency with cannabis experience to work with us to vet the requirements of the license. So people with financial expertise, people with background check expertise, etc., to go through the applications, and they would issue a suggestion on the scores.
Are there any preferences within those criteria for individuals in the territory from a certain sector and or background and or
Yes.
what have you?
So there's two parts to that question too. The first part is there is a residency requirement that's built into the law. For business applications, it's 10 of the last 15 years. For micro cultivators, it's 5 of the last 7 years. And then we also have social equity programs built into it where you'd get 15% if you were historically marginalized by the war on drugs, if you were a sacramental user, you or your family, and then also women and or service disabled veterans.
Thank you for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before we get to Senator Johnson, we have a quick point of information by Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Testing. So I wanted to ask a question in regards to the rules and regs. Is the advisory board governed by the rules and regs, or you have separate bylaws?
So the board is governed by what is written in the law, if I'm not mistaken, how it's composed and their actions based on the fact that they are a board. There are laws in the VI code that stipulate how boards should conduct business, and then also the specific language in the law regarding the Cannabis Advisory Board, what they're to do and what they are not to do.
So what you're saying, that you are governed by what the VI code say as it pertains to boards? I need some clarification. Why I'm asking, because I just got a copy of the draft rules and regs for the Cannabis Use Act. And when I read the duties of the Cannabis Advisory Board, it doesn't say how much you have to have for a quorum. It doesn't really talk about the members. How many individuals on this advisory board?
So all of that is written into the law. So it wouldn't be replicated into the rules because it would be duplicative. The board also can't write rules that they would be held by when it's already in the law. I'm not sure if I'm clear on how it's supposed to be written. Dr. Ken, do you have an addendum?
Well, I think the law stipulates that there are, I think, 12 in this instance. And then they also go on to talk about the individuals, the format, the individuals, the type qualifications of the individuals that are asked to be on the board. Now, we may or may not necessarily hit that mark. For the most part, we're trying very desperately to get all of the various categories filled. And we're working very hard with regards to that. It also stipulates basically what a quorum is based on the number of individuals that you have in terms of being able to vote. It doesn't stipulate when it is that we have to meet, but we meet as frequently as we possibly can because there is urgency to try to get this moving. I've been on this board for over 4 years, and we switched gears a year ago. So we are trying to gain the momentum back, going back to the drawing board, moving forward. We've lost a number of people within this organization, and the board, we're trying to get as many of us back together so that we can move this forward.
Thank you. So you're saying for me to find out the bylaws, how your board is governed, I would have to look at Act 8680?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Well, I know the governor very well. When he wants something, he harasses us and he calls us frequently, texts us. So my question to you, how often do you meet with the governor when it comes to this whole conversation with cannabis, and what are some of the marching orders he has given you guys or you ladies when it comes to this whole industry?
I have not met with the governor directly. I don't believe in the last 6 months, but I do meet with his representatives, Positive, Evangelista, etc., to hear what the directives are. The current directive is on the rules and regulations and getting the background things stood up for the program while we move forward. I know they've also been working on making sure that the board has a full quorum, which was in the works from before the board potentially lost its quorum.
Because as the chair of this committee, I haven't heard not one drop from anyone from since March till now. The only time I will hear a conversation is if we just so happen to be on the same plane like Seaborn and we have small conversations with several individuals, but I haven't really seen a sense of urgency, and I'm not blaming you because you have to answer to other people. But I just haven't seen a sense of urgency when it comes to the collaboration and getting these amendments and things passed. I'm not sure if because who has authorship.
And that is our frustration.
But it just feels dormant, like something feels very wrong. But that's why I have this conversation here. I'm having this conversation here today. But moving right along, Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. I must say to Dr. Kenda Miscati, I'm very pleased to hear you guys' comments, especially on trying to make sure that the local gets skin in the game. I also want to say I heard the advertisements thus far, and I appreciate the candidness that there needs to be more advertisement out so that the public can understand what's going on with this Cannabis Act. But what I want to start out on my line of question, and you spoke a little bit about it, I think, Ms. Cardi, I think you spoke about expungement. And what I want to find out, have anyone thus far, and I know you said that there needs to be some amendment with the law, but if there was anyone incarcerated for cannabis, have anyone got expunged or released? Anybody got their record expunged thus far?
So I am not directly involved in the auto expungement. That is Positive Nelson. That's what he's working on. From my conversation with him about it, my understanding is the auto expungement as described in the law does not go far enough. So it doesn't affect very many individuals. I believe they're working on an amendment suggestion on expanding that principle, but you would have to ask him because I'm not entirely sure where that is right now.
Okay, I'll reach out to him. And then you spoke about having more communication with different agencies. What agency are you having any kind of difficulty in your conversations?
Sometimes it's just general. I know everyone is quite busy, but it takes a lot of time at times to get resources directed to the OCR. It took until September 7th to get our funding. It takes some time at times to get answers and resolves to things, and it takes a lot of following up. So I'm not pointing to anybody in particular, but it's just a general sense of responsiveness that I would appreciate a little bit more of.
And in regards to enforcement, does your budget, is adequate for you to hire your own enforcement as far as a leader? We met that gentleman in Denver who pretty much worked from public safety, but worked alongside the cannabis industry. What's the plan in our territory as far as that enforcement officers?
So I can candidly say that the money is not enough. If you look at the budget that I developed for the office, about $1 million alone is for one-time expenditures for things just such as cars, furniture, just setting up the office alone. Not mentioning, I haven't included in this the enforcement, technology that will be needed to process things such as going to a cultivator and figuring out the difference between cannabis and hemp.
2 minutes.
I've heard that some of those machines run upwards of $80,000. I've been working with the Commissioner Martinez at the VIPD to get those numbers so that we could actually have a budget that matches specifically just for enforcement, not to mention the number of enforcement officers that are needed in cannabis. I'm hoping that we can make that delineation between the legacy and the legal market as I requested, so the VIPD can continue what their work that they're doing on drug enforcement, and we can specifically concentrate on the legal market. That would reduce drastically the amount of resources that my office would need, and our officers, which would be the cannabis enforcement investigators, would be able to streamline what they're looking for in their operations and make sure that operations are complying with the legal market. Thus, anything that's illegal would be sent to the VIPD for their purview, which they would have more experience than our team.
I didn't really pay attention to your.
Oh, sorry.
ahead,
I just
sorry.
wanted
Go
to add, and I remembered his name, Sergeant Masky Angelo. We spoke to him in depth about what types of equipment that they need. And he was talking about they need hazmat equipment. Sometimes they go into these rooms that have mold just coming down off the wall. They can get really sick doing this work, and the amount of tools that they need to do it just did not even seem feasible for the Office of Cannabis Regulation. So when I looked at what other jurisdictions are doing, just as in Colorado, just as in other jurisdictions, the cannabis regulator deals with the legal market, and the police department utilizes their resources to focus on the illicit or legacy market.
But as the industry grow, some of that funding should go back into the industry for the purpose of some of those things that you're commenting about as far as equipment to continue to expand.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that?
Correct.
And then, Dr. Kent, you spoke about 20 licenses will be available. How are these 20 licenses, boss, in a territory? How many per island?
If I recollect correctly, I think it's probably 7 on St. Thomas. And we're talking specifically about dispensaries, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think it's 7 on St. Thomas, 7 on St. Croix, and I believe 3 on St. John.
Time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator, if you have another question, you can go ahead,
Yeah, please. Thank you. I wanted to ask, can you provide more details about the 2-part training program designed for potential industry participants? What are the key components of each part?
So the 2-part is essentially 2 different types of training. One is a very concentrated training program where you can learn about the cannabis business from start to finish. And then the other part is going to be more in the general knowledge, how to deal with operating agreements or how to set up operating agreements, general industry knowledge. Those would be in more of a webinar style. So you're getting both the individualized attention and also the larger attention as far as training. So everybody can get some type of training or resources to do that training.
And Mr. Chair, can I follow up just this last question?
Yes, wrap up.
You spoke about cannabis, and my question is, and I understand you guys said that the cannabis doesn't have a full complement of the board, so much isn't happening. Is there a problem with the cannabis? The hemp, hemp. Is there a problem with hemp falling underneath the entire cannabis previous so that it could be one board taking care of both of them?
I do not have a strong opinion either way. I just feel like we need to have some delineation between the two. Most states have them under the same regulator. As far as the boards are concerned, it could be separate because they have separate interests. But the industry, what industry does and where it's successful is where the regulator has both because it's the same plant. The other part to it is that hemp is legal. So you can use legal federal resources to enforce both agencies. And that gives us the opportunity to use legal federal funding to do the work that we already have to do. So to me, it makes more sense, but I'm here to serve.
Dr. Kent, any comments on that?
Well, to me, it makes sense. I mean, we're a small community, relatively speaking, and the industry is relatively similar. There's difficulty actually harnessing and tapping into the community to fill these slots on the board. So it makes sense to me that we would combine them.
Especially considering they have the same positions for the most part.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's at
Mr.
the
Chair, for
purview of the
answer.
governor.
We have a point of inquiry by Senator Donald Fred Gregory, but if I'm not mistaken, earlier you said there are 2 nominees to come down,
Yes.
and that's just 2 empty positions, or you have more than 2?
We have more than 2 empty positions.
How many total?
Six?
6.
How we expect to get his due?
So the 2 would make the quorum minimum. We've been trying to fill, and I'll pull up the board composition right now, and I'll tell you all of the positions. We're missing 1 representative from the Department of Agriculture, 1 representative from the Department of Tourism. We're missing a business representative and economist. There's a blank spot and UVI from I can give you the exact things right this minute.
So forget about the private sector for a little bit. Agriculture is within the same executive branch and tourism, but that's a whole other conversation. Senator Donald Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little dumbfounded. We literally got, we pressed to move this forward, and we're still having a conversation about the lack of getting nominees to come down. That's not satisfactory. We either serious about this industry or not. But anyway, let me just ask very quickly. I want to make sure, because we are about to close the budget season, and this information that you're sharing, I am trying to go back in my mind, and I don't recall this clearly coming to our finance committee.
So when I did submit it with the testimony for DLCA, and then afterward you had requested that we send it again, and I sent it again.
But the numbers that are coming up, so I got that part.
Yeah.
But the numbers that are coming up from the governor's budget, we don't see that in here. It's not here. So what I need clarification on, if you would allow me, Mr. Chair. It's fine. So
Proceed.
you noted that there is $1 million that you have not spent to date, that you've already received, and then you also noted that you need another 1.2563. What we need to get from you is clearly, what do you intend to spend in FY23? I know that you have a shortfall of 2.2, but we also need to be realistic in what the true spend would be, or closer to the spend. That's the information that we need, because we're about to wrap up this budget. So we really need to get that information from you.
So I can talk a little bit about it now if that's helpful, and I can also speak with you about it afterwards.
Mr. Chair, you can decide if
You
it's
have
okay.
all the time to talk about it. No, we want to hear it now.
Okay.
Okay, so what I've put forth, if you look at year 1, that's what I'm looking at for personnel. I think definitely of anything, we need to have personnel. If we can fund it at least at it's Appendix C, page 3 of 8. That lists all the personnel that I am hoping to do towards the end of this year. So getting into the next fiscal year, obviously it takes us some time to fill the positions. So if it's funded at 75% or so, that would be helpful, or more. I'm not going to say no. That includes all of the positions that we definitely need and that I've submitted. When you go to the next page, that's for the next fiscal year. I'm sure that's not a concern for you right now. And then we go to page 6 of that appendix. Year 1, I went through all of the anticipated expenditures that we have. of particular importance to me is for the seed to sale system, the medicinal registry, the application processing and review. We received an initial number from our consultants that it's going to cost us about $25,000 to process each application. So having the seed money to take care of that. And the other ones are general expenses that you typically see. So those are variable. Those can be flex. If you go to page 8 of 8, that's,
Before you go to that, what about
sorry.
the consultants?
Oh, the consultants would be additional consultants should we have questions or concerns that we need to go out and ask for an official opinion on. So that's another line item that can vary a little bit. The main consultant number that I'm looking at is going to appear in page 8. We got an estimate from a consultant that the application framework development, just to develop the process in order to do the applications, is going to cost us $250,000 in a one-time fee. And then another, in year 2, another $250,000 to set up the audit review paperwork so that we can constantly review what the licensees are doing. Do you follow?
Go ahead.
Satisfy your inquiry?
No, I just need to.
This is very important because the budget is about to wrap up,
Yes.
so I'm going to give you some more time. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, proceed.
Thank you. So you made reference to year 2. So the 250 that you reference, that the consultant is about 250, but I suspect that 250 will not be obligated or expended, rather. All will not be expended in that year.
So
year
it's going to
2.
be 250. So 250 in year 1 and 250 in year 2. That's why you see it twice.
So you're saying that October 1 to 9/30th of 24, you intend to spend $250,000 for that particular type of consultant?
Correct.
Oh, and then you made reference to a 50,000 for something else. You said 50.
I have to look because I said the application framework development. So to set up the application is $250,000. And then, in each application, when we receive an application, they're estimating that it's going to cost us about $25,000 per application.
Okay, that's in the first one. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
And that'll be rolled over to the applicant?
hopefully. The cost.
Okay, so that's the thing we have to be clear on. So if the cost is rolled over, then it's not an expenditure of the government.
But we have to budget a portion of it in case we don't make that number. It depends on the number of applications that we receive.
Okay, I
So
guess
that's
I'm-
why I budgeted. I didn't. So Dr. Ken referenced 100 applications. I only put 25. It's a gap. It's a shortfall to make sure that we have the funding to process those applications.
Okay.
Because property and procurement has to see money in order to do a contract for that. So I have to have money to start.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just have a follow-up discussion with you. Thank you.
If you know good for you, talk to. We're about to wrap up the budget, and you don't want to be left behind. Last but not least, our good minority leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Glad that the finance chair came because I'm hearing. I have full confidence in you guys, but I'm hearing a lot of confusion, and confusion because I've been in the Senate for 7 years and. With a police background, 26 years of enforcing laws and drugs and marijuana in particular and stuff. And then to support it, I supported the medicinal, I supported this next one. So, but I see, I'm hearing a lot of wheels just spinning. And I say that because you say you have $1 million sitting in a budget, but you're using $500,000 that you had from the cannabis medicinal portion. The medicinal portion, you created rules, which the lady in the beginning I heard on the radio on my way here. You created a set of rules and then threw them out because of the next bill, adult use, but you continue to use the $500,000 budget from that. Presently, that's what I say. Am I accurate? I don't want to be wrong.
You're correct, because if we didn't have it, I couldn't work.
Right, but still, you promulgated rules for one section. You threw them out, but you continue on with the budget. That's confusing to me. That's number one, because we talk a lot about legal sufficiency and making sure. I think from the minute you threw those rules out, then that should have been, hey, where do we go with this budget? Because now you have $1 million sitting, and we are adding in things for getting a budget going forward. So again, that's confusion. Like I said, I'm not trying to be difficult, but when you talk to me about something that I have supported, and then I'm seeing the kind of confusion that I'm hearing, it gives pause. And why I say that, because I do agree with you. I don't want it rushed. I want to make sure all the rules are in place and everything. But like I say, that first part of using that budget. Now, to have $1 million sitting and then telling the finance chair now, because we're working on a budget in regards to personnel and everything that you need, how are you operating now? You're the executive director. Do you have any other staff at all?
Not at this time, no.
Exactly. So you're operating now for $500,000 budget from the first bill. You have $1 million sitting, and then you're asking for more money going forward to create a staff. I think it causes confusion. I don't know if you're hearing it how I'm hearing it, but just what I'm repeating is what sounds very confusing to me.
Well, it's what I'm saying is that there's a projected shortfall in the budget because of the staffing that's going to be required if we're going to start the program. If we would like to continue with where it's just one person, then that's when we would see we wouldn't have a shortfall, because then we wouldn't need the vehicles, we wouldn't need the equipment, we wouldn't need the tools.
Excuse me 1 second. Like I say, director, say again?
Carty.
Director Carty. What I'm saying is, you have to your access already by yourself $1.5 million.
That's not correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You had 500,000 from before with the medicinal, where rules were promulgated. You had a board set up. Everything was put together. It was kicked out. You continued using that budget. Now you have $1 million sitting. Is that accurate, what I said so far?
I received the money on September 7th.
Right, but either way, that's what I'm saying. Right now you have $1.5 million, which is less than the 500,000. You have $1 million. So in other words, you can go ahead and hire someone off of to assist you.
That's the plan, and I have that in my testimony that we have submitted those positions, and so I was highlighting to the chair that those positions alone are going to cost us about $700,000, and those are just the people, not the equipment and the tools that are going to be necessary to make those people effective in their positions.
And you need every cent, and I agree with you. So,
Okay,
like I said,
I just want to make sure, because you're saying it's
One
confused, so I want to make sure we're on the same
person at a
page.
time.
Basically, what I'm saying is that we have monies there to your access, even if it's just $1 million. Something should have been done going forward to utilize that money that we have, in addition to now pumping up for resources, the additional money. So you have $1 million, you could have hired on somebody else to assist you. We could have continued moving. That's all I was saying in terms of 1.5 million. But I just, because of my time being called, I just have one question.
You can wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, I just like to wrap up because I had a question also for Dr. Ken. And Dr. Ken, in regards to the rules that you promulgated, have you addressed, based on the National Institute of Health and the long-term effects of cannabis on the youth? Do you have that promulgated in your rules to address, that going forward?
Well, yes, I think that's actually one of the things that Hannah initially spoke about, which is requiring two physicians, a pediatrician as well as a regular physician, to basically evaluate the individual, anybody that's under 21.
And that's after the effect.
I'm
That's
sorry.
after. But I'm talking about also in.
This is before.
That's
This is before the
Okay.
person actually gains access.
Okay.
You're talking about a younger individual, not
Correct.
an adult.
Correct.
So we're talking about somebody in this instance under, I think, 21. So for that individual to be able to gain cannabis from a medicinal aspect, they would have to be seen by two physicians, a pediatrician, as well as a general practitioner, which is not like an adult would only need it from one
Right.
doctor. So that's two individuals that would have to agree about the young patient's condition and agree also for the merit of the use of whether it's edibles or oils that would allow them to utilize it for medical purposes. So yes, that's already
Okay.
in the
And just in closing,
that's in the rules
Mr.
and
Chair,
regs.
Just in closing, and I do apologize. I'm going to run out to go to a job fair. I'm on a quest to try to get some of these young gentlemen and ladies off the corners, off the streets, to get into jobs. One issue they're having is, some people are having, are when they apply for a job, they can't pass the drug test because they're testing positive for marijuana. Is anything like that being promulgated or being addressed in the rules that you're putting together? You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
And thank you for your questions.
Can I just say something very quickly? You talked about the monies initially, but Hannah failed to bring to the fore the fact that some of that money was already set and put in place with the medicinal aspect, which is come January, we're able to roll out. We're actually able to roll out basically that the physicians and patients a registry. So we actually started that from before. So we've used 250. We've used that money to get that going, so that come January-ish, late December, January-ish, that will already be in place. So some of that money has already been spent putting something into place. Yeah.
The last question, and I got sidetracked with that. You were asking about, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Can you recognize the mic of Senator Dwayne DeGraff?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And I do apologize. The question was
Drug testing.
Oh, drug testing.
drug testing for individuals. Correct. Yeah.
So, as part of the law that was promulgated, individuals have rights that need to be addressed with their employers. Cannabis, especially if they're a patient, is not something that can be tested in the workplace any longer. It's something that it depends right now, because we're not fully all the way through. If you already have legal trouble because there is no legal place for you to access it, you should not have cannabis appearing in your system, because then it implies that you accessed it illegally. But if you are a general person in the public, it should not count against you. We did have a meeting with, I believe the name of the company, the group is SHRM. I'm not sure what it stands for specifically, but I know it's the Human Resources team of the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. And at the time, Commissioner Evangelista, myself, and the leader of the OCB, Josh Springett, did a presentation on cannabis in the Virgin Islands and its use depending on where they fall in the position. Employers have the right for adult users to decide, depending on their job category, whether or not they'll allow cannabis in their workplace. And that is something that has to be written down. It can't be arbitrary. So there are some considerations that need to be addressed. Hopefully we can, once we start doing the press that I was talking about, we can start doing more of the education around the workplace rules and regulations and how people would use legally use cannabis and go to work. But there are certain positions, such as if you're impacted by federal money, if you have to drive any kind of vehicle, heavy equipment, particularly working at the airport, those are not positions that you can be saved from cannabis use because there are other implications. And there are some people, it doesn't just pop up on the drug test. People have been showing up to work under the influence, and the law does not protect you from showing up to work under the influence.
Thank you. I'm going to ask some quick questions, and if my colleagues have any burning questions, we will have a rapid round. So my question to you, Director, right? Director Cardi?
Yes.
You mentioned that you have developed job organizational charts and job descriptions for the creation of new roles. And as we heard a conversation with the finance chair, the development of these job organizational charts and job descriptions, that is all across the board, whether it's funded or unfunded positions or strictly funded positions?
I've done it for all positions that are on the chart. I've drafted language for the job descriptions. All of those, with the exception of the cannabis compliance auditor, have been sent to personnel and were approved as job descriptions for positions in the Virgin Islands.
Now, as far as developing these organizational charts and job descriptions, who finalized them, you or the governor?
I did them in conjunction with the board.
No, but as far as finalizing them, it doesn't need a governor's approval, right?
They're not finalized. The governor's approval, I'm assuming, would come from them being funded.
Okay. Okay, just want to make sure that we're tracking. And then you also mentioned finalizing the contract for the cannabis registry system with Tyler Technologies and what have you. That's for the track and trace system?
No, so
No.
the registry system is separate. That's the it started as the medicinal cannabis patient registry system. That's where we started it under the Medicinal Cannabis Act. I started that contract in September or October once the board had approved the rules and regulations. And it has been finalized, I believe, in June of this year. So working with Tyler Technologies, we are developing a the patient registry system, which would allow patients, sacramental users, sacramental organizations, practitioners, and agents, so people working in the cannabis industry, to register with our office, which is required in the law and in the rules.
So you're funding this cannabis registry system based off of the act or with the additional?
So that was funded by the Technology Act, which accompanied the Patient Registry Act, the MCPCA.
Okay, just want to make sure we're tracking.
So, but that initial allocation, which was $250,000, the Technology Act, that's the only allocation that it has received. So in order for us to continue running that program, we're going to need the additional $250,000 to pay for the ongoing service of the contract.
And that's within the $1 million that you received recently, or?
I put it in that, but it then takes away from the remaining of the funds that we're going to need.
Now, a little bit about the track and trace system, C2C, which is the most important out of all, so we can keep track of the revenues. You mentioned that there's a request for proposal for consultants.
Those are
okay,
two.
that's after.
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as the request for proposal for the track and trace system, when do you plan to?
I'm hoping to have that, now that I have the monies, I can start to put that out to bid based on the requirements in the law for what the track and trace system will need to have. So though a part of the $1 million is also earmarked towards towards that project. So right now, within the $1 million, and maybe this will answer Senator DeGraff's issue, we have the salaries for all of those people on year one of the budget, which with fringe, I think adds up to about $600,000 or $700,000, plus the $250,000 and the $125,000 for the track and trace system, and that's it. So we don't even have vehicles for enforcement to go out and do anything. We'd have to use DLCA's resources, etc. No computers. There's nothing else in the budget.
And as you speak about DLCA, Commissioner nominee for DLCA? I wonder if she can hear me. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. So, with you being on the other side, kind of forget that you're here, but I just want you to weigh in on the conversation. So as far as the office space and being able to accommodate OCR, I know you mentioned several stuff in your testimony, but as far as what's on your priority list, like at least 2 top things you like to see happen to see things expedited, what are those 2 top things so we can better assist you? What are those 2 top priorities that you like to see since OCR is housed under DLC? Anything?
Well, definitely, we're here to provide the support that Ms. Cardi and the CAB needs. I continue, along with my team, to search for office space, because if you see, her division alone will be expanding, and currently we're tap out on both islands with our office space. So we're diligently looking for new office space that can hold the entire department. I'm trying not to go in silos and have divisions here and there. I would prefer to have the entire team together. So that's my top priority as we're trying to bring on cannabis and any other divisions. The Senate body may be sending my way.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the budget that we have before us, because about to wrap up the budget, have you considered any of those things when the governor sent down his budget? Or is it something that has to be addressed at a later time?
It definitely will have to be adjusted at a later time. We didn't consider rent if we have to. Currently on St. Thomas, at the sub-base building, we're not paying rent. If we're looking for a bigger space, I've spoken to individuals over at Crown Bay, and even on St. Croix, we're located at Golden Rock Shopping Center, and in shopping around, the price per square footage is a little higher than what we're currently paying. So in terms of that, we did not anticipate the rent costs to be higher. So we definitely will have to revisit that.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And Director Carty, you also said that you have reviewed the timelines for the start of the program based on staffing levels, status of requests for proposals, and readiness of programs. So you have reviewed them, or you have reviewed them collectively as a team, as far as all the stakeholders?
I have reviewed them. I've brought it to the board before. When I did the medicinal rules, I developed a timeline that I can edit based off the date of completion of things. So it rolls over depending on the date. So it's like an automated system that I've developed for it. We've looked at that at length, but it all depends on when everything happens. It's hard to have a timeline because I never know or can anticipate the timeliness of completion of some of these tasks because they're not necessarily in my hands. Like we would like to start the program after the contract for the seed to sales system is completed, but I am not I don't deal with contracts. So that would be a issue that it depends on when that date comes in. That's just an example of, things that would impact our timeliness in rolling out the program, but I have no control over those times.
Okay, so I will close by saying this before I go to our rapid round. I'm really hoping and praying once we, as the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, address the issues with the amendments, that we see some level of transparency or involvement with the public where we can see a press conference, we can see Facebook Lives based on the conversations you may have, or some kind of update where we can go on the Facebook pages, we can go on, watch it on the governor's channel, where we can just see some progress and some conversation. Because I don't really plan to bring you all in here all the time. You know, you have work to do. I hate this micromanaging thing, but you know, when the public is asking us questions, that's where we have to bring you in. But I really hope and pray that you just get the funding that you need, go out there and just communicate with the public and just keep them abreast. Because a lot of individuals are waiting. I know individuals who moved down here, as they heard that we were passing the act, they were ready. And that has been some time now. Some individuals, they have become discouraged, and the list goes on. And we don't want to be known as the government that is not business friendly and not serious. And I know it's not your fault, because it's a chain of command, but I know they're listening as well, and I hope and pray that all of us work together to bring this industry, because we have one thing that we're interested in, and that's the revenues to help with our deficits and our budgets and what have you. So with that said, Senator Bolkis, I will give you 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Carty, in your testimony, you had Appendix A, whereas you suggested a number of legislative amendments to the actual act. One of them being in the area of testing facilities. And you sort of indicated or alluded to sort of downsizing or centralizing the amount of testing facilities from what they are already legislated as. Could you elaborate a bit further as to why that would be the case?
Yeah, so in my appendix, it says that it may be a fiscal reality that we cannot sustain 3 labs with one on each island, particularly on St. John. And I'm saying that because it costs millions of dollars to set up these facilities. So if it costs millions of dollars to set them up and to run them, imagine the exorbitant costs that it would have to the businesses if they on each island have to sustain them. Where I'm looking to is Hawaii, which has a population in the millions of people. They have one lab situated on Oahu, and all of the facilities that need their products tested ship their product to Oahu for testing, because it is federally legal to transport cannabis plants for testing purposes. So there is no real reason that we need to have labs on each island. It is going to be a fiscal burden to the cannabis community to have to sustain that. And that's a grave concern for me.
Okay, with that said, you know, one usually would associate having various options in the same industry. Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, please. In various types of business in the same industry to drive down costs. If this were to be implemented, where do you see the cost effectiveness for testing? Because we don't want to have testing become this exuberant amount of money for any of the individuals who are getting into this industry. How do we regulate that?
So it could be something where we already have mechanisms through DLCA where we can control certain pricing, like they have to demonstrate why a price is the way it is. I think there are mechanisms in place to already control that. I actually foresee it being the opposite here in the VI, where if we had all of those testing facilities, the price would actually be a lot higher than having one facility. The other option is it doesn't also just have to be on St. Thomas. Testing facilities can be away as well. You just can't ship it with the U.S. Postal Service because that's a federal entity. But there are other ways that we can get testing and make sure that our prices stay reasonable. And that's something that my office could also work to do if given the chance via legislation. So that's something that can also be conducted via legislation.
I would prefer it to be here,
I understand.
personally. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Carty, do you have any self-imposed timeline in which you like to see this industry move forward?
My self-imposed timeline is January because that's what's in the law, to have started something, and I am on track to have something started by January, which is to have the registry system up and operational so that Sacramento organizations and practitioners can start to register themselves so we can start the program.
Medicinal users.
Very
Medicinal
well.
users.
Outside of what's required by the law, is there anything else in addition to that that you like to see happen and you're working towards achieving?
My personal goal is as soon as possible. I know everybody has been waiting for a very long time, and it is not my intention to be a roadblock or a cause why this takes any longer. So my goal is to get everything else to fall in lockstep to that January date as soon as possible. And as long as it is in our best interest and as correct as possible. We're not going to get it all right, but we should make an effort to do what we can to make the majority of the things right before we start, including things like training, making sure that we have access to resources, that people are aware of the programs, and that there's just general access to the program and information. So hopefully we can move that timeline as quickly to January as possible.
Thank you very much, and thank you, and good luck, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senate President. Next, we will have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. For this 1 minute round, can they see me now? Okay. For this 1 minute round, my question has to do with wanting to know about the training specifically. You speak a lot about training in your testimony, and you just referenced it when you were speaking to one of my colleagues. How do you intend on getting that information out to the public specifically? What timeline do you see that training will be a part of your initial rollout? And do you think there's going to be, do you anticipate what type of volume or individuals will be able to participate in the training, as well as how are you going to roll it out specifically? Will it be on in both districts, or do you plan on doing something virtual where more can attend? Please expound a little bit on training for our public education. Thank you.
So the training programs differ as in terms of the amount of people that are allowed to attend each type of training. It depends. As I mentioned, it's what we're looking at is a two-part training. One where it's more focused, more in a classroom setting. That's going to be for a smaller number of individuals, whereas a webinar setting would allow a greater number of individuals to attend. The governor has indicated that he would like us to have the training in person, as well as having a virtual component so that everybody has access to the training that wants to do it. As far as getting out the information about the training, I'm hoping to be able to do that through our channels, which would be the website, social media, and our newsletter that goes directly to over 480 subscribers, I believe. And then also, if we have the time, because sometimes timeliness is an issue, if we have the time to be able to set up advertisements in advance of the training, I would love to be able to do that on social media and radio through other traditional media channels. I think I answered all of your questions.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this burning question round. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. Testifiers, let me just basically again state for the record my disappointment in respect to Act 8680 and the cannabis regulations in particular. I know that the DLC acting commissioner spoke to the department not having anything in the budget in respect to our office space. But nonetheless, on page 4 of the testimony, CEO Carty, he spoke to staffing shortages at involved agencies and more robust engagement, attention, and response from supporting agencies, which is necessary and which should be automatic because it's one government. And there is no aggressiveness that was stated. And there is no way. I know you spoke also to board members, and I believe you spoke to 2 government agencies in terms of vacant positions when it comes to board members. That should not be. You know, that's my issue in terms of really being serious with what we are doing and the impact this industry has on any society that we have seen, especially when it comes to our elderly and young people. I am very disappointed. I really would like to see some type of aggressiveness and us being serious in that respect, because it's an opportunity that, in my opinion, we need to really, really focus on in terms of the revenues and what it can do for our people. That's the reason why I voted for it, period. You know, so I look forward to us working together in the future and seeing how we can assist in terms of moving things forward, because it's taking too long. Thanks again for your responses. Thanks for what you do, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Vice President Senator Blyden. And I will just wrap up by saying some takeaways from today's discussion. And I know Government House is listening. Please send down those individuals, nominees, so we can fill these positions on the board. I know it was mentioned something with Department of Agriculture and Department of Tourism having a seat at the table. Is it for a specific position or anyone once tapped by the commissioner?
So it says, the law says representative from, and then it goes on to say it would be Department of Agriculture, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, a farmer, a business community member, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Tourism, and an economist or finance expert. Those are the vacant positions.
That's easy stuff, man. Easy stuff. Just to get a quorum. So we can't take all the blame as the first branch of government. Yes, we have to bring the amendments, but the executive branch has a responsibility to fill those vacancies on the board. And those are easy things to do. And another takeaway from today's meeting or discussion, I would like to see, it's just my recommendation to my colleagues, we need to closely monitor this. I do not plan to bring you all here every single time to hear the same thing. What we need to do in this legislature, though, is to form a subcommittee for the cannabis industry, because I don't plan to engage in this. This is embarrassing. It makes it seem as if, you know, what it is, what it is. It is very embarrassing, but we need to have a subcommittee where we can meet offline as colleagues and drill down on what needs to be done. And hopefully with the policy advisor who has been there from the inception, which is former Commissioner Positive Nelson, where we can work together to make sure that we bring in the revenues. And I will continue to say revenues, revenues, revenues. And I also look forward to the training program, the 8-week training program that you made mention of by the Office of the Governor. And I also also look forward to seeing the budget successfully pass. And you need to send that information to Senator Donna Fred Gregory as we wrap up the budget, so you can be able to fund this industry and the positions so we can move forward. And lastly, unfortunately, cannabis in public remains an offense, but I don't really see in the newspaper where individuals are being incarcerated unless it's a large amount. And even up to that, I don't really see that. I mostly see where those individuals, and I don't know where they get that smart idea from to continue to utilize our airports. But it is what it is. But long story short, individuals are not really being incarcerated for cannabis. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I hate to see our people being locked up for something where we promised them last year that we will work together to get it up and running. And I think at the time, December of this year, should have been the time where we were supposed to launch, but it is what it is. So in closing, I just want to give the testifiers an opportunity to place their closing remarks. So you may proceed with your closing remarks as we wrap up the first block of this agenda.
Senator James and colleagues, I want to thank you for this opportunity to allow you some insight, the subtleties. I mean, I know that unfortunately, this has turned into a political arena, and a lot of different agendas are on our plate. My mandate has been all along, as I was commissioned to work with the Medical Cannabis Act, and it has been transformed into something completely different, but I remain steadfast in trying to get this moving forward. And so I pledge to continue to try to meet with all the various entities that are knowing and unknowingly participating in this endeavor, to work with Hannah Carty, the executive director, to move this forward. Nobody wants this. We're so looking for that first dispensary to be open. I mean, that is our primary drive.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Director Carty.
Thank you, and I would like to take this time to thank all of you here and the members of the 35th Legislature for your continued interest in promoting cannabis here in the territory. I would like to thank my Cannabis Advisory Board members, Commissioner nominee Hodge, and former Commissioner Evangelista, Positive Nelson, and all of the members from the executive branch that continue to help me make traction in this movement, including Toya Malone and everyone else that has assisted me on this. The cannabis industry as a whole can become an economic powerhouse for the Virgin Islands, and we have an opportunity here today and every day. And every day I start with this mindset that I'm here to make a difference in the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm here to help. I'm always available. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me or reach out to me, and I'll be happy to answer them for you. The prohibition on this plant has been detrimental to the lives of minority communities across the United States for decades, and we have this opportunity now here in the Virgin Islands to make a robust difference and impact in the lives of us here. So I don't take that lightly, and I hope we can do more to protect everyone here in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I get to the last testifier, I will be reaching out to former Commissioner Positive Nelson regarding the auto expungement. I'm not sure how many individuals in the U.S. Virgin Islands would be affected by this, but this was one of the big sell to the public when we passed this legislation, and I want to make sure that it comes into fruition. So, Commissioner nominee, you can place your closing remarks.
I too would like to thank you, Senator James, and the committee on behalf of the Office of the Governor, Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., and his team who worked diligently with Ms. Carty and myself. We thank you for the healthy discussion we had here today. This has been a learning curve for me as well. Since appointed as commission nominee, I've sat in on 2 meetings, and just sitting here today with you guys, I learned a lot more. So thank you for that, and I too pledge my support to continue working with Ms. Carty and the Cannabis Board and providing all and any administrative support I can on behalf of the agency. Thank you.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Your closing remarks. Colleagues, we had a great discussion here today. We have our part to do as far as the amendments, but the governor and his team, they have their part as well to bring down those nominees and to fill those 6 spaces so we can move this industry forward. So thank you everyone who made this block possible. It was a great discussion, like I said. And I hope and pray that we can have some subcommittee where we can meet offline, because the next time I have a hearing is to tell the people we're ready. You know, unless something really drastic happens, we have to bring you all in. I am not going to be doing this. We need to move forward. So this marks the end of this block. We will hear from the Department of Agriculture next. So the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will stand in recess until 1:20. So the committee now stands in recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is now out of recess. Mr. Clerk, can you proceed with the reading of the next item on the agenda?
Block 2, 1 p.m. The committee will receive an update on the overall status on the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Invited testifier, Dr. Lewis Peterson, Commissioner nominee of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture.
Before we get into the testimony, I would like to make some remarks. First off, I want to say thank you to the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the Virgin Islands WIC program. This weekend, I had the opportunity to visit the Agriculture Fairgrounds, and I saw where there was a family fun day, and the WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program had basically a kiosk or a desk out there, and they were giving out some very important information and involving themselves in dialogue with the people on Island St. Croix. I'm happy to know that initiatives of this nature exist, and I would like to remind individuals what took place. So there were fresh produce, we had a game room, obstacle course, a petting zoo, and I think that was Jungle James. Thank you, Taj James. The VI Films fire truck, Ride Agriculture Soul Train, that was awesome. DJ Koof was there. There were food and drinks on sale, and the list goes on. We also had the Frederiksted Healthcare, who provided free biometrics testing. So that was a lovely initiative, and like I said, I was there, and I enjoyed myself. And I hope and pray that we continue to collaborate and utilize the fairgrounds for meaningful activities like this. Recently, my staff and we were invited to the island of Dominica, and I found it fitting to at least share with the public what took place. Before I show the slide, I would like to publicly thank, it was Dr. Peters, right? Yes, Dr. Peters invited me to the Dominica State College, and I had the opportunity to meet with the Honorable Roland Roya, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy. I went to his office and we spoke about food security and strengthening ties between the U.S. Virgin Islands and Dominica. I also had the opportunity to meet with Mathan Walter, who's the Director of Trade, Corinne John Baptiste, who's the Executive Director of Dominica Association of Industry and Commerce, and John Rabin, who's the President of Dominica Manufacturers Association. We also had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Eugene Zamor. Dr. Eugene Zamor, who's the Dean of Academic Affairs at the Dominica State College. And we also had a conversation on DBS radio where they interviewed me, and we had a dialogue regarding the existing ties between the U.S. Virgin Islands and Dominica and improving on them. And I was happy to know during my conversations with the Dean of Academic Affairs, which is Dr. Eugene Zamor, that if I'm not mistaken, the University of the Virgin Islands, they are currently in conversations with them to enter into an agreement where they can collaborate and do some research. We also spoke about sargassum, the issue with sargassum between the U.S. Virgin Islands and Dominica, and they plan to collaborate on several things. And I'm going to kindly ask the media to put up some pictures so we can share it with the public. So in the picture, you see myself, That's with Nathan Walter, the Director of Trade, Kerwin June Baptist, Executive Director of Dominica Association of Industry and Commerce, and John Rabin, who's the President of Dominica Manufacturers Association. And they have an initiative where they're planning to collaborate with the university, not the university, the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically with a manufacturing plant, specifically for CMOS and some other things. Next slide. And that's us once again in dialogue regarding the same conversation with a possible manufacturing plant and improving on the ties and trade between the Virgin Islands and Dominica. Next slide. Pictured here is the manager, one of the managers, and I forgot his name. If you could pull it up for me, Jay. But he's the owner, or the manager, I should say, the manager of DBS Radio, and DBS is owned by the government. It's a government-run radio. Next slide. This was the highlight of my trip to Dominica, where it was led by Dr. Eugene Zamora, who is the Dean of Academic Affairs at the Dominica State College. We spoke about climate change, research on sargassum, the possible agreement that should be finalized soon between the University of the Virgin Islands and the Dominica State College, and a list of other items we discussed. Next slide. And of course, pictured here, we visited one of the farms. Next. And that gentleman in the picture is the Honorable Roland Roya, who is the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy. And during our conversation, we basically discussed the similarities between the Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands and Dominica. We spoke about their heavily involvement when it comes to funding initiatives for agriculture in Dominica, and we compared our budgets. And I must admit, they are really putting a lot of money into Dominica as far as agriculture. But one thing they have over us is they have a lot of rivers, so they have no issue whatsoever when it comes to water. So they have an abundance of water, and that's why their agricultural industry continues to thrive. Like literally all over the island is just pouring with water. But we came up with some ideas, and at a later time, I do plan to meet with my colleagues and several other individuals in government to make sure that we can collaborate, because I cannot do it by myself. Hence why we are having this hearing to discuss our agriculture industry. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Lewis Peterson. Oh yeah, that's another picture of me at Dominica Broadcasting Corporation. I think that's it, right? As far as pictures? Yes. So I want to say a special welcome to Commissioner nominee, Dr. Lewis Peterson, and I hope the next time you are before me, I do not have to say nominee.
Good afternoon, Senator.
But welcome. I will just give you an opportunity to place your name and your title on the record and to introduce your team.
Okay.
So you may proceed.
Good afternoon again, Senator James and all senators present. My name is Lewis Peterson. I'm the Commissioner nominee with the VA Department of Agriculture. Here with me today to my right is Assistant Commissioner Diana Collingwood. To my far right, Mr. Aaron Bryan, who is our Director of Administration and Management. To my immediate left, Deputy Commissioner Reese Richards. And to my far left, Mr. James Henderson, our Acting Director of Agriculture Development.
Now I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your testimony into the record. But once we get into the conversation, I'm just asking if any of your supporting staff do decide to speak, just place your name and title on the position, name and title and position on the record for the stenographer.
Thank you again, Senator. Good day, Honorable Senator James, Javan James, Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and all senators present. We're here to present testimony in response to your letter of August 24, 2023, regarding updates about the Department of Agriculture's operations. I am Louis Emmanuel Peterson, Jr., Commissioner nominee again of the Department of Agriculture. Besides the team who is here with me, if available, via Teams or perhaps in person, in Christian Said St. Croix would be Marketing Program Assistant Chantel Douglas, NACD Technical Assistance Coordinator Gracia Letson, that's actually here in St. Thomas, our Forestry Stewardship Coordinator, Ms. Mathilde Wilson, and our Urban and Community Forestry Coordinator, Mr. Akil Andrews. Although not physically present, Senator, I would like very much to acknowledge and to express my sincere appreciation to the hardworking team of men and women at the Department of Agriculture and our farmers throughout our territory. The Department of Agriculture was created pursuant to Title III, Chapter 17, Section 291. Act number 5265 repealed this section and established the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture in 1995. Act number 5265, amended by Act number 6070, abolished the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture and created two separate entities, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism. The mission of our agency is to develop, support, promote, and economically lucrative agriculture industry in the territory while supporting farmers, consumers, and protecting the environment. According to Title III of the VI Code, Section 291, our primary responsibilities include providing basic agricultural services and technical support, creating activities and opportunities for the marketing and production of farm produce, expecting and regulating agricultural products, investigating regulating insect, animal, and plant diseases, and environmental protection laws, supervising coordination, cooperation, and compliance in federally aided or sponsored agricultural programs, as well as advocating or disseminating policies, rules, and regulations that allow for the effective exercise of our powers and duties in our responsibility to the territories, community, and farmers. And we fulfill this mission, Senator, and our responsibilities through our operational divisions, namely our Division of Food Production, Marketing, Agricultural Development, Abattoir Services, Veterinary Services, Administration and Management, Forestry, and our newest of all, the Industrial Hemp Program. Regarding our departmental vacancies, the Department of Agriculture currently has 20 vacant positions, which cover a wide range of critical needs of the agency across all divisional units. We are actively and strategically taking steps to fill all these vacancies, including the development of the PRFs and the posting of the vacancies. Our newest employee, the Public Information Officer, was just onboarded just 2 weeks ago. As a part of our plan, we are now preparing to fill other vacancies, especially regarding the heavy equipment operators, laborers, and maintenance engineer. In addition to filling the critical vacant positions, our management team will also increase entry-level salaries for some positions while simultaneously adjusting salaries for staff already filling the same positions by utilizing a portion of our increased funding for fiscal year 2024 pursuant to Act number 8259 and from two positions which are less critical at this time. These steps are extremely important. For one, we need to attract trained, skilled applicants, and two, we need to improve staff morale. we are determined to address the compensation needs of the Department of Agriculture through a methodical approach on a year-to-year basis, and a complete list of these vacancies that I reference is provided in Attachment A. Regarding our inventory and the condition of our equipment, the Department of Agriculture houses an inventory of heavy equipment which is used in support of farmers, to assist other agencies, and to provide emergency response assistance as necessary. And for this reason, it is critical for the department to always maintain a fully functional fleet of heavy equipment. Attachment B provides a listing of the machinery and their condition at present. In some cases, there's a need for minor repairs, while some equipment require major upkeep. In other instances, our mechanics recommend the replacement of derelict equipment. And before I move on, just yesterday on my way home, I had a call from our Director of Food Production on St. Croix indicating 2 of our really big pieces of equipment are in need of major repair as of yesterday. So this is something that's ongoing for us, and those repairs cost a whole lot. On St. Croix, besides routine repairs, the most urgent need is the procurement of 2 additional tractors and a complement of tractor implements to increase our level of support to farmers and agricultural productivity. Of course, this increase in inventory must also be accompanied by an increase in the number of heavy equipment operators. On St. Thomas, repair work is in progress for all 3 machines in our inventory. We also possess a water truck which was acquired from the Virgin Islands Fire Service a few years ago. However, due to the age of this truck, it requires constant repair and the replacement of parts. Therefore, we have a critical need for a new water truck. We have already encumbered funding for the acquisition of a new water truck, which is currently being fabricated specifically for the terrain here on St. Thomas. Although the initial cost of this truck was $160,000, the purchase price is now $210. And this, Senators, is being purchased through funds that were made available to us through Act 8590 in 2022. In addition, our immediate machinery needs includes, here on St. Thomas, a skid steer and the associated implements to conduct a wide range of tasks, including land preparation for farmers. Regarding the status update on our lease agreement for farmland, the department has a total of 38 expired lease agreements for farmers on St. Thomas and 9 on St. Croix. Each agreement has been evaluated on a case-by-case basis by our team for consideration of its renewal. Some have been approved for renewal on both St. Thomas and St. Croix. These renewals have been initiated by the department to be processed. However, most of these packages are incomplete as we await supporting documents from farmers, and these include primarily licenses and letters expressing a notice of intent to exercise the renewal option for our files and as required by the terms of the lease agreement. Of the remaining lease agreements, some will not be renewed for a lack of productivity and or compliance with the terms of the agreement. The remaining leases will require meetings with the lessees to discuss adjustments to the terms of their lease agreements and the implementation of a probationary period. In addition, we have prepared, and this should be new, in addition, we have prepared packages for new lease agreements on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Again, we are awaiting supporting documents from farmers in most of these cases. The final category of farmer applications includes those for whom agreements cannot be initiated due to the lack of a survey map for the property under consideration for leasing. I am proud to say that we are working very closely with the Office of our Governor to secure funding for such survey work. Regarding the issue of incomplete lease agreements, Senator, I want you to know that the department has initiated an educational and outreach approach to assist farmers regarding those deficiencies and to help them to get where they need to be. The management team, the property team at the Department of Agriculture is a relatively new unit, and therefore our farmers have not had the kind of support that they have required over the years, and that is why we're taking the approach of outreach and education. And I would say that the management team and our property team are making great strides in this effort. Attachment C, of course, provides information regarding the lease agreements that I just discussed. Status update on grants issued to the Department of Agriculture. There are many grants, and I'm just going to highlight as many as I could here. The Department of Ag is currently implementing a wide range of grants funded through our marketing service, our administrative programs, veterinary service area, or forestry divisions. In the area of marketing, as you discussed, Senator, the WIC Farmers Market Program is a very, very active program and a very productive program, and it helps to connect young mothers and their families with farmers who provide them with fresh produce. The program also provides payments to participating farmers through a coupon distribution system. Through the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, the Backyard Farmers Development Project also assists participants in developing their backyard gardens. A portion of these funds are also subawarded to the UVI School of Agriculture to support projects that address the needs of local farmers. Some of the grant funding received by the Veterinary Services Division is used for the purpose of supporting local surveillance efforts to monitor and control the spread of the Bont tick, an economically important pest on cattle here in the territory. As a matter of fact, it was approximately 3 or 4 weeks ago, some tick specimens were discovered for the first in a long time on some farms, on one farm in St. Croix. And so our staff are working very diligently to prevent the spread of this pest from that particular farm to other areas. Other funding in the vet services area is used to establish and to implement disease traceability protocols. The administrative team manages some FEMA funds, and those funds have been secured for the purpose of constructing our new administration building and for the repair of damaged livestock enclosures. As a part of our farm and ranch stress assistance network, the department manages funds to implement local initiatives to provide education and address farmers' needs regarding stress factors. Funds received from the National Association of Conservation Districts are used for training and to promote educational projects that advance the conservation of our natural resources. The remainder of the funding received from the Department of Interior is being used as we speak to improve the water distribution system for farmers in Estate Bordeaux on St. Thomas. The Forestry Division now has 3 subdivisions or subsections. 1, the Urban and Community Forestry Program. 2, the Forest Legacy Program. And then 3, the Forestry Stewardship Program. The funds received through the Urban and Community Forestry Program are used to support projects that promote education and awareness of the importance and care of trees in our urban areas. Recent projects have included tree identification and signage projects, a nature trail development initiative, and school-based initiatives to target the student population. The Forest Legacy funds can be used actually to purchase real property. And the Forest Stewardship Program funds are used for the purpose of developing management plans for the care and the preservation of the natural forests of the territory. Other FEMA funding have been also acquired, and those funds have been used to support a wide range of needs, including the establishment of a temporary modular office for the staff of the Department of St. John, the repair of a farm access road in Estate Dorothea and St. Thomas, the repair of equipment of the St. John Administrative Office, and repairs to the Farmers Market in Estate Bordeaux, fencing, greenhouse work, ancillary building in Estate Dorothea. And all of these projects, Senators, came about as a result of damage caused by the hurricanes in 2017. Regarding our St. Croix Abattoir, the St. Croix Abattoir is our single most important facility at the Department of Agriculture. This structure and its equipment are seriously outdated and in dire need of refurbishing. The renovation, which is in progress, and we're happy to say that, the renovation, which is in progress, targets the 3 routine weak points of the system. 1, the boiler, 2, the chill room, and 3, the ramping station. Critical components have already been replaced in the boiler, which was purchased just a few years ago. Regarding the chill room, a new compressor has been installed. The installation is approximately 90% complete, and based on the report I got today, we hope to have that finished this week. We have initiated a process of procuring a new ramping station while repair work is in progress on the current one. As a part of its routine USDA-mandated maintenance operations, the abattoir facility on St. Croix is currently closed for a 2-week period for repairs, for maintenance, and servicing of all equipment. We are hopeful that upon reopening, the abattoir will be operating at full capacity. In the case of St. Thomas, the St. Thomas Abattoir, demolition work will continue on our old building once the as-built survey is completed. And we've just received a quotation for that, and we're processing payment. But once this as-built survey is completed, the demolition cost will then be determined by an engineer. We're working with the Office of the Governor to identify a source of funding for the purchase of a new mobile abattoir facility, which will be located, of course, on St. Thomas. Regarding our licensed farmers, based on information received from the DLCA as of August 25th, 2023, there is currently a total of 251 licensed farmers in the territory, 7 on St. John, 204 on St. Croix, and 40 on St. Thomas. It is important to note that based on our recent review of the list of licensed farmers, some of the license holders are actually home gardeners who produce fruits and vegetables for domestic consumption, but not commercially. While we strongly encourage and we support all home gardening efforts, licenses, of course, should be awarded to commercial producers of crops, livestock, honey, and other commodities. Based on this, the department again has established an internal policy to notify and educate all home gardeners regarding our guidelines for license renewal. As a part of this process, all home gardeners who currently have a farmer's license will have a 1-year period to transition to a commercial production operation for their licenses to be renewed. A complete list of these licensed farmers is shown and given to you in attachment E. I express our heartfelt appreciation to you, Senator James, on behalf of the VIDA team, for your constant inquiries and demonstrated commitment to our agency. Furthermore, I express our appreciation to all senators who are here today and the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. We are thankful to all of you for your ongoing encouragement, your monetary support, and the opportunity to share information today about our needs and those of our clients, our farmers. We also acknowledge and thank our Honorable Governor and Lieutenant Governor, as well as the entire Brian Roach administration for their leadership and unwavering support of the VA Department of Agriculture. Once again, we express our gratitude to our hardworking staff, our team, our family at the Department of Agriculture for their support, their sacrifices, and tireless efforts and dedication to our community and our farmers in particular. In closing, I would simply like to issue a reminder and a challenge. A reminder simply that we have an approved agricultural plan of the USVI. We are proud about this, we're happy about this. A plan which requires much resources and hard work to implement. The challenge is for us to remain focused and committed to the task. We must succeed for the benefit of the present and future generations. Simply stated, Senators, this cannot be business as usual. And so with this, Senators, this concludes my testimony on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, and I thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee Dr. Lewis Peterson, and I see you have someone in the St. Croix district.
We should, standing by for questions, we should.
Yes, based on the screen. Can you introduce the individual? Or let me make it easier.
Okay, I can see now,
Let me, St. Croix Media, I would like to take this opportunity for those two individuals to just place their names and title on the record.
Chantal Douglas, Marketing Program Assistant.
Repeat that. Ms. Douglas?
Chantal Douglas, Marketing Program Assistant.
Okay, thank you. Next.
My name is Mathilde Aurelien Wilson. I am the Forest Stewardship Program Coordinator.
Thank you. Thank you for placing your names and titles on the record. Colleagues, before we get into this conversation here today, I would like to once again remind the public the reason why we were invited to the Dominica State College is because of Dr. Donald C. Peters, who is the president of the Dominica State College. He wrote a letter to us, hence why we went to visit them and have that conversation. It wasn't just a random trip, and I believe in transparency when it comes to the using the taxpayers' dollars. So thank you once again, Dr. Donald C. Peters of Dominica. I also want to speak about something I've been working with the governor for some time. In my second term, which I'm currently my third, I wanted to be the chair for this committee, but unfortunately it didn't happen that way. So I have a bill that has been sitting there for some time, and I did not rush the bill, and I'm happy that I did not rush the bill, because as I start to meet with various stakeholders, I realize that there are ways to strengthen the bill. And without going in details, without going in too much details, it's basically like a stimulus for the farmers. And it's for full-time farmers. And we plan to bring it forward. And I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. He helped me identify a funding source. And that was one of my major challenges, because we want to make sure that we do not dip into the general fund. So I was able to identify a funding source. But it is basically going to benefit 30 farmers in the U.S. Virgin Islands, 15 from the St. Thomas St. John district, and 15 from the St. Croix district. Of course, there are criteria that must be met in order for you to tap into this fund. It should be a total of $600,000, and when you divide that by 30 farmers, that's $20,000 each. and it's to help them buy the necessary equipment and what have you so they can be able to increase productivity as farmers. And I know the question is going to come up, what about the other farmers? We're going to get there. But this is a stimulus for those individuals who go out there every single day. Every single day. And make sure that they provide these products not just for themselves, but to the grocery stores, to the markets, and the list goes on. This is their livelihood. There is no second job. This is not a hobby. It's a full-time job for them. And as we continue to identify other funding sources and grants and other areas where we can give our farmers some assistance, this is what we have in the interim to help with full-time farmers. So I just want to put that out there. So I want to thank my colleagues as well, because ever since I came into the 33rd legislature and the 34th and the 35th, there have been a serious conversation around the topic of agriculture. And I want to say thank you to every single one of them, whether they are serving with me now or they served with me in the past. And I'm happy to know that we're taking it seriously. But as we continue to fund these things, our major challenge is water. So before I get to Senator Bolkes, I'm going to ask you, Commissioner, as far as addressing the issue with water, how is that conversation coming along?
Sure. Senator, the way we are approaching this is that we are targeting our public areas where we are servicing multiple farmers, of course. So we have projects in mind in each of 3 areas, actually 4, but mainly 3. To begin, on St. Thomas, in the state Dorothea. We had a meeting with our farmers approximately a month ago, and they are aware of our next steps as far as water resources. Our immediate project, Senator, our immediate project in the state Dorothea is the following. There is a cistern which has been offline for approximately 40 years. Approximately 40 years. We have estimated that it holds 50,000 gallons. However, that cistern leaks. The cistern leaks. So our staff has cleared around the cistern and we have assessed the problem. We have now been taking bids from service providers to have that cistern cleaned, number 1, 2, resealed, so that they can now be back in service for farmers. We are also discussing how to run the distribution lines from there in a new way that benefits even more farmers than it did the first time around. So, number 1, in the state Dorothea, that is one of the initiatives that we are looking at right now, and that is one that we have much hope for in delivering increased water resources to farmers in the state Dorothea. But before I even go to Bordeaux, I want to basically say that we are in partnership with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. And in each of the 3 areas I'm going to speak about, they are developing a plan with us to increase water resources through giving monies for storage, distribution lines, meters, etc. So that is a bigger plan. And the reason why we are moving with our own initiative in the meantime is because their plans take a while sometime. Their engineering work, their design work, which they have to do, but in the interim, this is what we are doing. So in the state Bordeaux, we have 2 things I want to share with you, Senator. One is that one of the most promising initiatives in the state Bordeaux right now to increase water resources is the use of water from the wastewater treatment plant. We are in partnership with the Waste Management Authority. We've had some very good sit-downs and Zoom meetings with them, and we visited a plant about 2 months ago. That plant produces anywhere between 18,000 to 22,000 gallons of water per day. The discussion that we had was that we were going to invest funding to take the plant from the secondary level to the tertiary level, which is what is needed for water usage back into the community. So the goal was for them to assess to us what monies do we need to invest to get it to the tertiary level. The good news is that approximately a month ago, after they did their homework, they reported to us that the plant is already at the tertiary level, which was good. So now what we are doing is working with NRCS, USDA once again, to now have some distribution lines going from that plant back to our state Bordeaux. But in conjunction with that, We're also going to be doing some testing to make sure that the quality of the water is adequate for agricultural purposes. So that is also going to incur, of course, much education, because this is going to be a new approach for us here in the territory. So education is going to be necessary. So between the distribution lines coming from the plant back to a state border and the next project, we expect to make a lot of progress, because the other thing that we're doing in the state border, we already have plans for 100,000 gallon cistern. We have identified 2 locations to put these cisterns on. And we are now having an engineer. We're trying to contract an engineer to do an as-built survey for us to determine now the cost of constructing these 2 cisterns on these 2 locations in the state border. We don't want to do all of this in isolation outside of the farmers of state border. And so it was about a week ago, we had a meeting with the executive group of a state border, the Uyghur Food Inc., I should say, and we had this discussion, and it's an ongoing discussion. So they are aware of these plans as well. In St. Croix now, where we are targeting multiple producers again in what we know as the community gardens of St. Croix, just west of the Department of Agriculture, our next step there is going to be tapping into the wells that are south of the Department of Agriculture. There's a well field, and we are going to be redirecting lines from those wells northward across the street into the community gardens to increase water resources for farmers. So that's also going to make a huge difference with respect to the supply. So we've received a quote, and to be honest with you, the quote is a little old, so we're going to be either adding a percentage on that or getting a new quote to get the work done. But the point is, those are the 3 targeted immediate projects for those areas. But again, in all 3 locations, I want to remind you that the USDA NRCS is working with us to have an even bigger investment and even bigger plans to help us with storage, distribution, and meters once and for all in those locations.
So, thank you for placing that on the record. So, all those things that you made mention of, I'm hoping and praying that you do not need this body for funding. Don't respond. Let me ask you why. You know the conversation that you and I had sometime this week, and
Yes,
I don't
I
want to talk too fast. But this body passed legislation to increase the budget by a certain percentage every year, and it should increase after the 3rd or 4th year. And without putting too much information out there, you and I know that there's funding coming your way. Have you factored that into the money that you're expecting?
Yes, we are.
And that's where I'm getting
Yes, we
at.
are.
Because, you know, we're making some adjustments to the budget all across government. And we have to be very mindful that while we want to fund certain things, you have to utilize what we already have.
Yes, we have, Senator.
Okay.
Yes, we have.
Because in my 2nd term, I reached out to, at the time, Commissioner Positive Nelson, and I still have it drafted. It was legislation to help fund the completion or the improvements to the well. At the time, it was like, we don't need it. The same quote that you spoke about, the quote?
Yes.
I have that quote.
You have the quote, yes.
I have that quote.
You did tell me that, yes.
So I drafted legislation, but I was told that it isn't necessary, you don't need it. They're going to work on it internally. They have more than enough funding. But I'm happy to know that you're working to make sure that we have those wells, because those wells, and I think the pumps, were given to you all by WAPA, right?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Yes, they were. It's a matter of distribution lines at this point in time. Distribution lines and getting across the roadway.
Okay. A quick point of information from Senator Blyden, and then we're going to go to Senator Bolkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon,
Good to see you and your
Senator.
supporting team there with you. Let me ask you quickly, in respect to Dorothea and the 50,000 gallon cistern. You said you put out bids. When is the deadline for those bids?
Senator, we're hoping to have all 3 bids in by the end of this week, since we know we have to have all our paperwork in by this week. But the 3rd bid is going to come in tomorrow. The third bid is coming in tomorrow. The deadline we gave was for last week, really, but the third bid, I'm told we're going to get it tomorrow.
So only three person apply, because I know individual who specialize in cistern, and I don't think they know about this bid. How did you advertise it?
It was in-house. It was in-house. We had at least 5 persons who were going to offer bids, but only 3 have done so far. 2 and 1 tomorrow.
I'll follow up with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So we don't need a second round. I'm going to give each senator more than enough time so we could kill it in the first round. So Senator Bolkis, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, listening, viewing audience. Good afternoon, Commissioner nominee Peterson Jr.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Assistant Commissioner Collingwood, Deputy Commissioner Richards, Director Bryan, Financial Supervisor Abraham, and Chief Inspector Henderson, and whoever is online. Commissioner, I'm glad to hear about the waterline extension. Last month, I sent a letter to you via electronic mail concerning requesting an update and a plan on the waterline extension services for agricultural lands across the territory. I'm hoping to see a response as well in black and white, if possible, but it was good to hear today concerning the waterline extension plans that you have.
Clarity, Senator. The letter was sent to whom and about what?
It was sent to you on August 28, 2023 via electronic mail.
UVI?
So, no, to your
Okay.
agriculture.
Okay.
Okay? And if we can get a response, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Did not notice that, but I'll look.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, for me, concerning the farmers' leases are very, very important to me, to this senator, for our farmers, because then they can access grant funding that they would otherwise not have to pay back in order to operate. So for me, the status of leases are very important. So I wanted to know what is the current status of the renewal process of expired leases, if there are any, for the farmers throughout the territory, and how many have been approved for renewal.
Okay. Senator, on St. Croix right now, the testimony states 9 that were expired on St. Croix. In a more recent conversation, like yesterday with another staff member, it really was 11 instead of 9. But the other 2 are not mentioned because they seem to be independent farmers who are going to renew regardless.
Okay.
The point I'm making is that the other 9 applicants are ones who have not, 1, submitted any request for renewal. The documents are just sitting. We're not sure if they expect an automatic renewal or not. That is why we have to put this outreach and education program in place. So 1, they have not submitted a letter as the agreement has asked to request their option to renew. And 2, for renewal, of course, that farmer's license has to be presented. So all of those have not taken place, except for those 2 farmers that I said were basically mature and independent.
So could you elaborate a little bit on the reasons as to why lease agreements would not be renewed, whether it's the lack of productivity or non-compliance in the agreement terms?
Sure. The ones that we have slated for non-renewal, Senator, that's your question?
Yes, sir.
Are the ones who are simply non-compliant, non-productive, perhaps in arrears from whenever. But a farmer who is serious, arrears in a year or so, that's not an issue for us. But there are some who simply do not pay, will not pay, and at the same time, not productive. So those are the ones who are clearly slated for non-renewal.
Very well. And what steps are being taken to address the incomplete lease agreement packages, particularly in missing supporting documentation from the farmers, and how is it affecting the renewal process?
Okay. I've met with our property management team, like I said, and what we have discussed and realized is that this team is a new team to our farmers. The farmers have never before had a complement of support staff to walk with them, talk with them, and direct them as to what needs to be done. So the step we are taking is one of outreach and education that is taking place right now, and it's making a huge difference. It's making a huge difference. But beyond that, besides education, that farmer now has to basically come up with that farmer's license, and we will help that farmer to do so if necessary. The second thing, which is simple, of course, If the farmer wants that renewal to take place, a letter has to be submitted to us. If the farmer needs support, we will help out as well as with that. One of the restraining factors, and my staff told me this may be the reason why the 9 farmers on St. Croix have not made any step to renew. Our team has told me, and I was aware, that one of the issues farmers have right now is securing liability insurance. It's a huge concern. One, because it is not available as we speak right now. The provider does not provide that service anymore. We actually have Mr. Henderson here who is working with a provider potentially on St. Thomas. Another staff member on St. Croix, Ms. Charles, is also working. We're trying to work those details out. Of course, it's beyond our control, but we're trying to see which providers can continue to support our farmers. And I was informed a few days ago that in terms of the cost of premiums, that
2
may
minutes.
also be prohibitive.
So-
The lowest premium I was made aware of was $1,700, and the highest
So
$4,000.
before my time runs out, and I got a very thorough tour from Mr. Henderson earlier this year, and one of the issues that we discussed is the survey maps in order to properly provide, one would say, these leases to these farmers. Where are you in that process?
Two things, Senator. In general, we're working very closely with the Office of the Governor to secure funding to survey lands that have not been surveyed. And as a result of that support, the Governor's Office actually directed us to my colleague, Commissioner Alejandro at PNP, and they have provided some funding for us to begin some survey work.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the fruits of that labor, one would say. And before I close out, before my time expires, I wanted to bring some attention to the farmland tax credit and certification application or program that you offer, whereas an individual who lives at a residence can utilize a portion of his or her property as farming land and hence get a tax credit on their land tax. I think that is a very important piece of or part of what you are offering for the people of the Virgin Islands, particularly for the people of St. John, because, you know, land taxes are so exuberant on St. John. So for my St. Johnians, you have to till the soil so you could get a tax credit. However, the Lieutenant Governor does offer some sort of credits from time to time, but that's just based on the posture of the Lieutenant Governor to do so. However, a program like this, whereas an individual can utilize his or her property to farm to get a tax credit, is very invaluable, and I did not see that in your testimony. I am not seeing it on your website.
Time.
I would like you to, Mr. Chair, may I please? Thank you, sir. I believe it's important that you try to share that information with the general public so that they are able to opt in and take advantage of this as well. I do know that there is a challenge with the tax assessor's office, whereas they are not following through. Could you elaborate on that a little bit for us?
Senator, although it was not in my testimony, there is provision by law for farmers who are on their own private property, as you said. They can get 95% exemption of their tax liability if they are producing. As far as I know, it is determined for commercial production, but nevertheless, for farmers or farmers with a license, that farmer can get that exemption for having done so. The way it works is that our property management team monitors, visits, and reports back to the Office of the Commissioner whether this property is indeed producing and deserving of that exemption. That is in progress. That does take place.
Okay, very well. And the credits are being applied to those properties.
I would assume so, Senator. That part of it would be, of course, with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Very well. Well, Mr. Chair, whenever they come before us, we would have to ask that question. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Quick question before we get to Senator Capehart. There are some individuals, I think it's in Fortuna. That's the name of the area?
There's Fortuna, Bordeaux.
Yeah, Fortuna, but they are basically utilizing the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority property. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
But I was told that there are conversations where eventually they're going to hand it over from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Department of Agriculture.
That is our dream.
But that's the whole conversation with surveying the land?
No,
That's another.
those are two separate conversations. Those are two separate conversations. On one hand, we're speaking of lands which we already have jurisdiction over that may not have been surveyed, so there are no meets and bounds, so we cannot list them. On the other hand, adjacent to our properties are properties under the jurisdiction of Housing Finance Authority. We are hopeful that at some point in the conversation, there will be lands that we can manage as well and use for production, ag production.
Because there are some farmers who want to take advantage of those grants out there, but like we said, they need a lease.
That is correct.
But in the meantime, I know that they're allowed to utilize it. But at some point, we have to get out of that situation.
The issue is that they are farming on those properties, but we cannot be the one to initiate a lease for them. Only the Housing Finance Authority can do so, and they have not done so.
Understood. But if it's farmland under the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, just give it to agriculture. You know,
accept it.
Just
As a matter of fact, our property manager provides assistance to even those farmers, Senator. I was saying our property manager, Mr. Henderson, provides technical assistance to even those farmers who are not on those properties.
Okay, now I don't want to speak for this district. I will allow the St. Thomas senators and them to do that, even though we're one territory. But at the same time, if we know we have individuals who are farming, just for those who are farming, not for the entire piece of land, but for those who are farming, just hand it over to agriculture. And that's what I'm saying, not the entire thing. So please, nobody don't quote me as saying giving all our property from the Housing Finance Authority to agriculture. Please don't do that. But if they're doing great things with the land as far as agriculture, hand it over to the Department of Agriculture so those guys can get a lease. And they could take advantage of all the different grants and benefits out there.
For your information, Senator, there's precedent set because we did advocate many years ago on behalf of two farmers, and those farmers did get leases from Housing Finance Authority. So there's precedent set.
I know of one who does not have one. The young fellow who was running for Senate, Connors Farms.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Connors.
Yes, yes.
And he's doing great things. He told me on a visit to the farm, and he's doing great things. I'm not sure how many other individuals exist like him out there, but I really want to help this young farmer. And not because he's young, not because he's running for Senate. He's doing great things down there. And he's spending a lot of money, thousands of dollars.
Yes.
And I respect anybody who do this, not just for a hobby, but for a living. So let us help him out. And I know it's beyond your control, but
it is.
That conversation needs to be had.
Okay.
Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Department of Agriculture. Dr. Peterson, welcome back.
Senator Capehart, good afternoon. Good to see you.
It is just a pleasure to see you back at Department of Agriculture, and I just want to say I look forward to big things happening because you understand the mission of that department.
We are mission
And Ms.
oriented.
Collingwood, who has actually been educated in this field, I'm really excited about you guys doing big things. But one of the things that I wanted to ask was, in your testimony, you mentioned a whole slew of primary responsibilities. And what I would like to see that I know that the department used to do back in the day, sale of seeds, sale of slips. Because after the territories have experienced natural disaster and we've lost so many trees, I think it's good that our people can go to the Department of Agriculture and try to buy slips, to start replanting again. So I look forward to seeing this happening. I won't talk about
May I comment on that, Senator?
Please do.
Sure.
Yes.
As we speak, Senator, we do sell seeds and we do sell slips. We are taking a different approach, though. The issue is that we may plant a whole nursery of seedlings. They may or may not sell, especially during the dry times of the year. So we sometimes scale back. But what has been more effective is when we ask farmers to make an order with us and we fill the order. That has been much, much more productive, has been very productive.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, you gotta be creative, right?
Yes, it works.
I wanted to ask, as we are in hurricane season, and I know farmers do take a hit. You mentioned about education and outreach. Are you also talking about hurricane preparedness as farmer has a whole field of cucumbers, tomatoes, and they may lose their whole crop? But if they don't document to then come back to show this is what I would have yield, are you working with the farmers as even preparing and documenting for hurricane preparedness?
The answer is yes. Our agency, in conjunction with the UVI School of Agriculture, continuously, sometimes in workshops, sometimes in site visits, share with farmers the fact that they need to keep their records. I cannot say that we sit with them and do that. That's another issue. But we are working with them to make sure they are aware. The Small Business Development Center, and I believe EDA as well, have put together some programs to provide that more close-up support for farmers to help them with understanding how that is done. As recently as just about 2 months ago, that really became something that farmers realized how important it was, because when the when the droughts hit us and the NAP program came online, it came online, but not for the purpose of drought, but we advocated for that exemption to be made for this year. But only farmers, of course, who had registered and have records could benefit.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say this and understand that this is a big challenge with farmers. I think one of my colleagues basically asked like a challenge that farmers are facing, and you mentioned insurance coverage. What about creating a funding probably to assist, some kind of funding to assist them? Because I've seen this in the past where farmers have to make a match with USDA to be eligible for EQIP, the Environmental Quality Incentive Program. And Ms. Collingwood, I brought this to the attention the last time you were here. I won't really get into that. But these are some of the things that I know that farmers, the resources that's available for them. So probably that can be something you think about. But what is another one of the challenges besides insurance that farmers in the territory face?
When it comes to renewal of leases?
Well,
or in general?
droughts.
In general?
Water.
In general, we're speaking, I think farmers would put on top of their list water resources, infrastructure development, or lack thereof.
Okay.
So most farmers would indicate water as being their primary concern.
So what about your pond restorations? Are you doing pond restorations? Are you creating ponds to even help with groundwater recharge? Are you doing, as a department, are you doing anything to help with pond restorations?
2 minutes. The project that we have right now with NRCS does exactly that kind of work. The beginning part of that project was where our own staff went and cleaned around some ponds here in the state Bordeaux. What's going to happen subsequently is USDA and RCS will come in and help us to renovate those ponds. So that is where that is. And they will be working with us, as I said earlier, on each of those common locations where farmers are.
Do you know how many wells that you have on St. Croix?
Wells? No, I don't. I am on the grounds of the Department of Ag, near the agency and in the area of the community gardens. I can identify at least 5, but perhaps there might be more.
Yeah, and why I ask, because, you have to know how much amount of water that you're going to be appropriating from those wells, because there might be other individuals in that area that also have well. And because we are now in a time where we're experiencing these drought periods, you don't want to overdraw the water table. No. So that's why I was asking you, how many wells do you have on St. Croix, even how many wells you have on St. Thomas? And those ponds in Bordeaux, which was supposed to help the Bordeaux farmers, are those the ponds that you're referring to have restored?
Yes, I am.
How many ponds were there in Bordeaux?
I think it's 6.
About six,
think it's
right?
six. Mhm.
Are they still doing the terrace farmings?
Farmers are, yes.
That's great to hear.
Yes.
Let's talk about the forestry division. As you and I know, back in the day, there was a conservation camp which encouraged our students to get into the agriculture field.
Time.
Have you, Mr. Chair, may I? Have you even thought about starting that program again, exposing our youths to the agriculture field? Because you remember in Tifton, we used to send
Yes, I do.
students to Tifton, Georgia,
Yes,
to
I
a
do.
conservation camp.
Yes, I do.
And that was through the forestry division, correct?
NRCS,
Well, it was a grant.
NRCS funded that.
Right, okay.
NRCS funded.
So I just look forward to these things that happened in the past under your leadership, that we start encouraging our youths to study agriculture.
Senator, thank you. And I'm going to respond and say this, Senator. Many of those programs were good programs. Some may exist, some may not exist. But many of those programs, we have now developed a local program that targets our students, and not just targets them, but directs them hopefully toward our UVI School of Agriculture. So all those programs that we used to have, we now have the Ag Discovery program at UVI. And that program is one that is done in conjunction with us. We're in partnership with the university's School of Agriculture. And the point I'm making is that many of those programs before, as good as they were, oftentimes resulted in students leaving the territory. We now have a program that not just only educates the students, but encourages them to consider UVI as an option for them. And it's been going very well. So that's what I have
Thank
to say.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Before I get to Senator Johnson, Senator Blyden Den Johnson, my apologies. But my quick question is, earlier this year, Senator Donna Fred Gregory offered legislation which was passed by this body and signed into law, which established the local food and farm council. How is that coming along?
Senator, is going really well. We meet every 2 weeks. We meet every 2 weeks, and we've had good participation, good support, and all of the entities that are represented on the council, meaning UVI, EDA, the Department of Ag, have done their due diligence with respect to utilizing their funds to propose and to submit to the council the positions that they want to fill, the programs they want to implement based on those funding. So it's going really well, and our next meeting actually is this week, Friday.
And based on how it's structured, who is the chair?
The council is co-chaired by me and President Hall of UVI.
You take the lead?
No, we co-lead. We co-lead.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking that, I don't plan to bring y'all in here unless y'all messing up. But what we would like to get from you all is at least the minutes on the meetings or some report, so we can just have an idea of what's going on to make sure that those mandates in the Virgin Islands Code are being met. Because I think one of the things that were established when we put the territorial agricultural plan is to get rid of some of the redundancy in the Virgin Islands Code and to make sure that moving forward that we have a clear path instead of one going in this way because of this law and then the next person going in the next way, but just to create an official plan. And like I said, I believe in you. I usually don't tell people in advance that I'm going to support them, but I know when it comes before this body, I will support you. I believe in you. But I just want to make sure that you just do your part so we don't have to be having all these hearings, pulling y'all, and then it's in the media as if we don't know what we're doing.
Senator, I appreciate your comments, and your request is appropriate. I will share with our council your request for minutes to be shared.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner.
Yes, Senator.
Commissioner nominee Peterson, in your testimony you stated the mission of our agency is to develop, support, and promote an economically lucrative agricultural industry in the Virgin Islands while supporting farmers, consumers, and the environment. I know earlier the chair spoke to Bodo, Estate Bodo, and the area that I believe Mr. Connors has his farm.
Yes.
I think the issue is that his farm is on HFA property, and folks have been farming there for years. And then he took over. He continued, and he is doing an excellent job. I know the land on the north of that area is considered farmland. The issue is out there is that it needs to be surveyed in order for individuals to continue and move forward with farming. I know your testimony spoke to the Lieutenant Governor's office and being able to assist with surveying the land. Do you have a time frame in that respect? And does it include that area?
No, it does not. With respect to time frame, Senator, it's in progress. The Department of Public Procurement has offered us some funding to do some survey work. So we are in progress with what I made reference to. We are acquiring funds to do surveying. The land that you're making reference to, land that is on the Housing Finance Authority, it is not a part of what we're targeting. No, we will not survey that land.
Okay, very well. But at the same time, the Bodo in particular, and to include that area, the road for farmers to get to their property is almost sometimes impossible. What's being done in that respect, though, that's a real challenge in both areas.
Yes, Senator. I'm not sure when last you were there, but we have done some great work in that area within the last 2-3 months, and Mr. Henderson took the lead on that, and he can share a whole lot with you. But the road was graded so that the water runs inside as opposed to outside. So some work has been done there, Senator.
Well, I am happy to hear that. That's very important. You also spoke to some 20 vacancies, and you also spoke to some equipment that's necessary for the department, because I know the equipment is critical in terms of assisting the farmers, etc. The equipment.
Yes.
Because I know in both areas also I've done my due diligence in terms of going and assessing, and there are many equipment that are just sitting there. Very expensive equipment, to include water truck that just broke down and is still there in a one area that I saw like a month and a half ago. I was there.
Where is this, Senator?
The same area where
in Bodo?
Not a Bodo, in where HFA properties are. That road going in there, the truck stopped on the end and it's still there. And it's there's a water truck there, still there from.
A water truck?
Yeah. Take a look. It's there.
Not a water truck. Not our water truck, Senator, no.
Take a look, please.
And if you're making reference to in the lower road in Bordeaux.
Yeah, the lower road.
That's a tanker that's there for water for farmers. It doesn't move.
No, it doesn't move.
Right. It's a tanker we put water in for farmers to benefit from.
Okay, very well.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay.
Let me ask you, because the commissioner, let me ask you a question in respect to the law regarding the production of cannabis, because it was just here earlier this morning. I know you were in the audience. And under the law and the draft regulations, only licensed farmers may grow cannabis under a micro cultivation permit. However, no cannabis can be grown on government-owned land under the law. And according to the information submitted by the Department of Agriculture, there are 251 farmers with a license in the territory. What percentage of the acreage farmed by these individuals is on government-owned land? That's my question. That's
Percentage?
my first question. Oh. Yeah.
Senator, I have to get back to you with that, because you're asking me of the licensed farmers, what percentage of them are actually government-owned property, right?
That's important, because they need to be part of this industry.
Good question.
And have there been any discussion with the Office of Cannabis Regulation about the disconnect between the law and the reality on the ground regarding farmers and landowners? So we need to really figure that out and see where we are in that space, because I think that plays a major role before we move forward, because we're going to have issues moving forward.
We'll get a percentage to you, Senator.
Okay, very well. And you also spoke of the plant, right, and running lines to Bodo. Where is that plant located?
The plant?
The plant. You see that the plant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The wastewater.
2 minutes.
Yeah. It is south of the farmers market. It is south of the farmers market in the state border. You get to the state border, you take a left, and you basically continue left. So it is south of the main road.
How much miles we speaking to?
Miles from
the wastewater plant to
to get to the okay. About 3, perhaps no. I would say within 2 miles.
Within 2 miles.
Within 2 miles.
Okay, but that's doable.
I think it is.
It's doable.
NRCS does think it's doable as well.
Yeah,
they're willing to work with us on that.
Okay, very well.
Yes.
Good to know. Now, in respect to your vacancies, what's being done in respect to your vacancies? Because that also those vacancies play the critical role. You spoke to raising salaries.
Yes.
And basically trying to do some work outside of the box, which makes sense in order to help increase productivity and at the same time increase morale with your staff.
Mm-hmm.
What's the time frame for that?
Senator, we've begun the process, and I would like for us to wrap up those recommendations to us within the next month. That's doable. Within the next month, we want to make recommendations as to who will get what raises and what increases we'll make at the different entry levels.
Well, I appreciate the work you have been doing thus far, and I look forward to see many of these projects come to fruition because sometimes you have to think outside of the box in order to get things done. And I appreciate that mindset from you and your team. It makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Senator.
And before I wrap up, you spoke to the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program for backyard farmers. How is this grant being utilized, and are people tapping into the grant for assistance?
That particular grant?
Yeah.
I will let Ms. Collingwood speak to that, if she doesn't mind.
Yes. With that grant, we worked the grant. There was some funds left all over, so we are reanalyzing it and looking to expend it. There are some backyard farmers who were engaged in the program who didn't receive everything that they were promised, so we are working on that.
How much funds were left over?
We have Ms. Douglas online. I don't want to tell untruth, but it was over $100,000.
Over $100,000? How much was the total amount of that grant?
It's usually $244,000, I believe, per year. Between 32 and 44, yeah.
So what the reason why so much was left over though? Was it access? Was it information? What was it? Have you assessed why, and in terms of next time to assure that those funds are utilized? Have you done an assessment?
Well, at the time we had a different marketing director. We've since revamped the entire grant in collaboration with the grantors and met all their requirements for updating. So we're in a good position now to move forward. We just need to fill positions in that area.
Very well, so need stronger marketing next time. Thank you so much, okay? And I appreciate your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator, she asked first. Senator Diane Caput, you're recognized for your point of information, and then Senator Bolkis will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, because Senator Blyden said something that jolted my memory. I asked earlier to the advisory board that was here earlier about the Department of Agriculture, I was asking if they had a hemp director, if they knew there was a hemp director through the Department of Agriculture. Can you clarify if there is?
Sure.
And would this director be responsible for issuing licensing, monitoring production of operations, and submitting relevant reports to USDA?
Yes,
And then thirdly, is there a waiting list for land on St. Croix for the farmers?
Senator, with regard to the hemp director, you are accurate about the responsibilities. That's accurate.
Uh-huh.
We did our due diligence and we posted, we advertised, we interviewed, and we selected a candidate who was supposed to start this week, Monday. However, that candidate has declined the position, and so it is vacant once again.
How much is that position paying?
$71,000.
And nobody want a job? Okay, and is there a waiting list? Because
Yes.
I know of an individual, and you know, this is sometimes real hard because individuals will reach out to you and being overwhelmed. It's not until you're sitting in front of me, I remember about the individual. They said the application was approved, but they're on a waiting list. So I wanted to know how long is this waiting list? How long does an individual have to wait for them to then be able to get the land to work?
Senator, I'm not sure of this particular case because as we investigate inquiries, things differ from person to person and case to case. However, the first step is for someone to submit a business license. Whether this person has done so or not, I don't know. That's the first step.
Well, they, if I may, they said that their application was approved, so they would have had to provided all those necessary documents to be approved, correct?
I would assume that, yes.
Okay.
I would assume that, yes.
So they're on a waiting list. I guess
And
after when we're finished, I can mention the
Particular?
individual's
Sure,
name.
sure.
And see how you can, 'cause
Sure.
they're
And as
really
you-
interested in working the land.
As you might expect, that list could be long. But I also wanted to say that based on the nature of the activity that this particular person would like to engage in, and based on where we may put that person, it may be a case, I don't know, that the lands that we have in mind are not even yet surveyed.
Okay.
It can vary from case to case.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for that explanation.
Senator,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bolkis, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information derives from when the Vice President mentioned equipment. And I was curious to know a number of things. What is the meaning equipment that is accessible to the farmers? Not equipment meaning for operations, for staff and employees, but equipment accessible to the farmers, which would be tractors, etc., right? Although your employees would utilize them to help the farmers, correct?
That's correct.
But I wanted to know, what is the average median age of that equipment and its insurability? Because we don't want to get in a situation where we're fixing something for it to break every 3 months to 6 months. So please elaborate on that for me, please.
The median age of equipment, I really could not give you that specific answer. I think there's a wide range there, a very wide range. That is the reason why we are trying to acquire new equipment right now. There are some that we know for sure have been repaired for too long, and we have to get rid of them. But the median age, Senator, I would have to get back to you about that because from what I can see, there's a very wide range of life for equipment. Some have been with us for a long time but still function very well. Some that might be brand new that might still have an issue. So I really couldn't tell you the median age of the equipment.
Okay, so the older ones, what's the oldest piece of equipment that you have?
2006, Senator.
Okay, very well.
2006.
Okay, very well.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner Nominee and his team. Everybody is pointing finger on my side. But before I get to these folks on my side, Commissioner, you was very brief on the bunted. And I happen to know a little bit about the last time there was an epidemic with bunted. And I don't take it lightly based on what I knew back then. And I really want to emphasize a bit about this and get some more information as the status of it. For those who don't know how serious a bunted can be, it could wipe a crop out and it can spread throughout this territory and this island fast. All it takes is one deer to get a bunted on him and go from farm to farm. So, Commissioner, I need a little bit more information as the status and the eradication of that farm that had bunted. Please give me a little more information in there.
You are correct, Senator. The Bantic is a seriously devastating, potentially devastating pest. And as it is right now, as I said, It was identified on one farm only on St. Croix. Our staff was immediately responsive to that situation. And as of right now, as far as we know, it is contained on that particular site and has not spread. Has not spread. And our staff goes there on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to monitor the situation, to collect if there are any specimens, but no other specimens have been found since that time, approximately 6 to 8 weeks ago.
I sure hope that we're accurate with that because it can really, really create havoc in this territory. I want to speak a little bit about something I haven't seen in your testimony in regards to our vegetable markets, especially on the island of St. Croix. I think the bathroom in Christian said vegetable market was renovated. And if so, yes. And I want to hear something about Frederickstead Market because it's sitting there with a sore eye. And what are you doing to address the vegetable market in Frederickstead?
By address, you're making reference to the fact that it's not being used, Senator, or it's being used by others?
Well, both things.
Okay.
It's not being used because nobody else can use it because it's used by others, but it is in deplorable and filthy condition. Let's make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
So help me out.
Senator, I agree with you, first of all. And secondly, we have the same issue, of course, I know you're speaking of Frederickstead, but we have the same issue at every one of our markets that is open 24/7 to the public. So what we have done very lately is to meet with our police department and other enforcement agencies to assist us. It is a very challenging task, again, based on the fact that these markets are just open locations 24/7. And the police department and other agencies have their task as well when it comes to monitoring 24/7 these locations. So it's an issue. The good news, Senator, is that we have begun, at least in one location. Don't get me wrong, it's not the Frederickstead Market, but we have begun a collaboration in one location to address the issues. And once we can get it under control, we intend to continue that model at the other sites. So it's an issue that's ongoing, that's very difficult for us to control based on the nature of the activity. If you go to Lorraine, it's the same thing. Christianstead, the same thing, I think to a lesser degree, nevertheless the same thing. Here in St. Thomas, at the San Villa Thomas Bungalow, same thing. So it's an issue, Senator, that's multiplied by 4. But as far as what we are doing, we have met with the enforcement agencies, like I said, and we have developed a plan here that we began with on St. Thomas that we want to replicate across the other markets. But I can tell you this, long term, we have a plan. And the long-term plan is to fabricate an enclosure at each of those markets. A closure that will come down, roll up, roll down. Once the day is done, the markets close. Once the day is open, once the day begins, the markets are open again. That is the long-term and only solution we can think of because the markets are open 24/7 and it's impossible to monitor them 24/7. So that is a plan that is in progress as we speak, measuring the markets, getting cost estimates to get those fabrications done. And the idea is for them to all look the same so that when you see this model, you recognize and remember these are the markets of the VA Department of Agriculture.
Commissioner, we're going to agree to disagree here today.
Okay.
We're going to agree to disagree.
Okay.
I agree that the other markets have some issues. There's no comparison.
Okay.
None of your market can compare with the Frederickstead vegetable market. Let's make that ultimately clear. And I think if you and your team could start by cleaning it up, taking up some of the rubbish that's there, that will be a step in the right direction. And maybe what's going on will ease up. But if you sit there and wait, it's going to only get worse. And I said it without any fear. There's no comparison. None.
2 minutes.
Absolutely none. So I would appreciate if you and your team could start looking into try to start cleaning it a bit because appearance in the town is very, very, very bad. You spoke about some license and you're in favor of not renewing some license. I might be using your wrong word. I don't want to quote you wrong, but
No
you're
problem.
saying that these licenses should be for folks that are actually, let me look at your quote here. You're quoted.
I think you're making reference to the home gardeners.
Awarded to commercial producer crop, right? And my fear with that is those other farmers that has license, if they don't have their license renewed, when hurricane time come and the little farm that they have get destroyed, they can't even claim nothing from FEMA. So explain to me a little bit your take in going in that direction.
Sure. I believe you're making reference to the leases, not the licenses, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, no problem.
No, it's list of licensed farmers on page 9 of 10. To the part that you said it's important to note that based on our recent reviews of the list of licensed farmers, some of the license holders are home gardeners who produce fruits and vegetables, who does basic composition, but not commercially. While strongly encouraging and supporting all garden efforts, license should be awarded to commercial producers of crop.
Correct. Okay. So, Senator, we're making reference to the fact that for reasons that we won't really elaborate on today, over time, there are some persons who are basically have a garden in their backyard, sometimes just 12 by 12, and they're producing for their home. And that is good. But that is not demanding, deserving of a farmer's license. A farmer's license, when you receive it from DLCA, it indicates specifically and by law commercial operations. So those are the ones we're making reference to. And it is not a matter of disregarding them. It's a matter of encouraging them, number one, to continue, but also encouraging them within the next year to step up their activity if they would like to have a farmer's license and become commercial, where they begin to sell. So that is a benefit to all of us, to the licensee. It's a benefit to the community, and that's what we are saying.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may proceed a bit more.
Yes, Senator from Frederiksted.
You spoke about the abattoir, and again, I think likely I know of farmers who have losing their stock, cattle in particular, because of the abattoir continuously opening and closing. And you were not in the position at the time, but I would need someone to please tell me a little bit about how much money was just put into that abattoir for it to be closed again. And St. Thomas is even worse. They got to get the animal across. But I know of a farmer who continues to have to take his tractor, dig a hole, and bury his cattle in because of the abattoir not being able to slaughter his animal. And you're talking about losing an animal 2,000, 3,000 pounds. That's a lot of money going to waste, and a lot of beef going to waste. So help me about the status of how much money was invested in the abattoir, and how soon will we get this up to run properly so that the livestock farmers could have a way of getting their animals slaughtered.
Senator, really, the farmer that you made reference to, or farmers who are burying animals, I honestly would love to talk with them. So let me know who they are. That's number one. And number two,
they're dying.
Excuse me?
The animals are dying.
Yes, I want to meet them, really. Honestly, we want to see what we can do to help. So let us know, okay? And then number two, as of today, and since May 1st, we have invested $52,000 in refurbishing the abattoir. With respect to the cattle, the reason why the cattle cannot be slaughtered at this point in time is because the ramping station is in disrepair. We have done two things about that. Number one, we are procuring a new ramping station. It's going to cost us $50,000. The paperwork is in place to purchase this new ramping station, $50,000. In the meantime, we have ordered some parts for the old unit, which we are hopeful will work. And so they are being installed this week. Hopefully by next week, we'll see the results of that. But the point is, the ramping station is important for the cattle slaughtering. It cannot be done otherwise. And we have purchased, well, we are purchasing one. The paperwork is in progress.
All right, and my last question will be to your forestry team here. I see that I think we had some bad trimming of our mahogany trees on the Center Line Road, throughout the Center Line Road. And there are trees there that are just decaying and dying. And as early as this morning, I think we had some high wind in the western part of St. Croix. I saw a tree that was toppling to the ground. What are we doing in regards to all of these mahogany tree that was probably pruned bad after the storm and caused them to decay and die?
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Or even the commissioner. nominee.
We are not aware of every single activity that takes place with tree pruning, but whenever we are aware, we become involved. As recently as 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago, some issues were brought to our attention, and we sent staff to provide assistance with tree pruning. If the activity is not one that we are aware of course, that is something that happens without our consent or awareness. But we do provide the assistance that is needed, as well as sometimes the UVI School of Agriculture. So I'm not sure of where and what we are speaking about, but we do provide that kind of guidance. I also want to say that as a result of the Tree Act that was passed, there is supposed to be an arborist per each district with the Department of Agriculture. And that would be the point person that you're making reference to, Senator, that would be directed toward activities such as that, the arborists.
And you said supposed to be.
Senator.
That position have been filled. Anyone applied for that position?
We do not have any funding for the arborist, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And my last comment to the Senator really is that with regard to the cleaning of the markets, we know these have to be done. The staff right now, as limited as it is, goes every Saturday on St. Thomas and goes every Friday on St. Thomas and cleans the bungalow here at the Sandvilla Towers. It's a case where perhaps an hour after cleaning is done, it is soiled again because it's an open facility. On St. Croix, the staff does the same thing on Fridays. They go to the Lorraine market and prepare that for marketing the next day. Honestly speaking, Senator, at this point in time, based on the staff that we have, for them to go to each of the markets and clean, it is not feasible. It is not feasible. We have done, we are doing, we'll continue to do the best that we can. But it simply isn't feasible to do all the markets every single week.
But is there any way you can collaborate with Public Works?
To clean?
That
to
like at least once a month?
Once a month can be feasible. We can look into that. We have also teamed up from time to time with the fire service. And of course, they wouldn't come and necessarily clean, they come and hose things down. That's a little different, but that's still helpful. So we can do that. I would say we haven't perhaps connected there for a while on St. Croix, but that's a note we're going to make right now to see how they can assist us. But that's the situation we are in, and we do need staff, we need collaborations to make it happen. And I would add that if there's any community group that wants to be in partnership and support the department to help the markets be clean, would welcome that too. I think the best example we have in the territory of the market being cared for is in Estate Bordeaux.
I think I saw Senator DeGraff raise his hand. You going to volunteer? Or you're doing it for years?
I'm sorry, Senator. But may I finish? The best example of what I'm making reference to is in Estate Bordeaux. We have a market that is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Agriculture, but in collaboration with, partnership with, We Grow Food Inc., they maintain the market facility for us. We would welcome the same kind of partnership with any other community group at the other market facilities.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to you, Senator Blyden, I know they're right there in St. Croix.
Point of information, one of my questions wasn't answered.
I'm sorry if I didn't. I forgot what that other question.
What was the question, Senator Johnson?
About the bathroom in the Christiansted Market, if it was fully renovated, the restrooms right there by the market?
I didn't hear that one. Christiansted Market, bathroom renovation. I'm not aware of that, Senator. Are you? None of us are aware of that, Senator.
Call him, Senator. Call him. Call him.
Give us a call. We are not aware, so please give us a call.
Okay. My question, on the island of St. Croix, to the left of the Department of Agriculture, it could be your right depending on which, the opposite side of the Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
Opposite of the community garden. I think recently we saw where they cleared down the land, acres of land. I'm assuming that something is going on there. Can you just give us an update?
I will. Senator, that area was cleared, and I'm told it was cleared to be subdivided to give to farmers for farm crop production. It was my intent, we're still thinking about it, was my intent to improve our hay fields, which that was, to support livestock farmers. We are deliberating which direction we're going, but that was the intent why it was cleared in the first place. The funding that we asked for from PMP to do some surveying, that is where the work is going to be done.
I'm asking you, please, because that's a beautiful site.
It is.
Please give it to individuals who are serious.
It is. I agree.
And do not hesitate. Do not hesitate.
I agree.
To get rid of individuals who will try to get that land and just have it sitting there.
Beautiful.
Because if that's the case, I'd rather you just have it grown back with the bush. I would rather that, because that's a nice location and we don't want to put that to waste.
Senator, I agree. And for me, that should be a showcase. It should be a showcase of how farming is supposed to be done, especially for the benefit of our young people who need to see good examples. So I agree.
Not only that, for individuals who are visiting for the first time to the island, it's in a strategic location. Those coming from the cruise ship, probably coming from Frederiksted, want to visit other parts of the island. If you utilize that strategically, it can be used for agritourism.
Yes, yes, yes.
You know, so don't give it to anybody. And as far as the community garden, it was some time back, so I don't know if that issue still exists, but there's a tank there and sometimes there's low pressure and what have you.
Yes.
What are we doing to make sure that we have reliable source of water for those individuals, for the community garden and St. Croix?
Yes. Based on where that tank is, Senator, you're correct. Based on where you might be as a farmer, the pressure may be low for you if the tank level goes low, as you said. One of the options is to pressurize the system. One of the options is to put a pump in there. So we're considering that. But our staff has also recommended that once we direct the water lines from across the road, that should increase the pressure for them and improve the pump. And actually, our directors recommend that before putting a pump on the system. That's what they recommend to solve that problem. Because those pumps already have tanks, pumps on them, as you already know, south of the department.
And as far as St. Thomas, if I'm not mistaken, there are two water trucks sitting, one by Black Point property and the other by the Northside Station.
At Dorothea would be the tank, the water truck that we use right now to deliver water to farmers. In Bon Esperance, Senator, yes, I'm reminded. The truck that is in Dorothea is the one that we normally use, and that does have a few minor repairs to be done. The one in the state, Bon Esperance, is also a truck, but it has even more work to be done on it.
So when last have you utilized that one, the
In
second
Bon
one you
Esperance,
spoke about? Yeah.
It's been a while. It has been quite a while, perhaps close to a year. More than that, more than a year, Senator. It is in such disrepair that we don't think it's worth repairing, and that is why we're purchasing a new truck.
And what is the cost
of the new truck?
Yeah.
$210,000.
$210,000.
Yes. And as I said in the testimony, when we initially had a conversation and arrangements for the truck to be fabricated, it was $160,000 at that time, and since then the cost has increased.
Okay, and another question, Act number 8306, which was sponsored by myself, that was in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and when I first met you, I referenced some of the initiatives that I introduced as far as agriculture, and that speaks to the VI Agricultural Conference. At the time, it was 2019, COVID was not here, and then COVID came and messed up everything. But as far as next year, can I get a commitment from you and your team to get this up and running?
Yes, you do.
Because for those who are not aware of Act number 8306, it speaks to a annual conference which should alternate between the St. Croix and the St. Thomas, St. John district. And the goal was to start with St. Thomas, since St. Thomas has the better option as far as hotel accommodations. And then hopefully by us doing the first one on St. Thomas and St. Croix, we can learn from what happened on St. Thomas, and I guess we will utilize Airbnbs and other options on St. Croix. And it is basically to invite our brothers and sisters in the Eastern Caribbean and all over the world to speak on topics such as agritourism, imports and exports in the territory, disease and pest management, financial reporting for farmers, engaging in conversation pertaining to the latest agricultural information for farmers, and a list of things. And the good thing about it is you're not doing it by yourself. The Department of Tourism should allocate $50,000 towards this conference. Now, if it needs more, of course, I think the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority at the time when we had the conversation, they are willing to assist. But we need to have this conversation. It is not our fault that we are a U.S. territory. But even though we wave that big U.S. flag, we cannot deny the fact that we are a Caribbean island. And we have to communicate with the others in this region. Otherwise, we are going to miss the boat. We are not a member of CARICOM, but we have observation status. I'm not sure if we are utilizing or taking advantage of that. But with this conference, at least we can be able to network and create an opportunity for possible trade and commerce within these islands. So please, I'm asking you to do that. I was on Commissioner Positive Nelson case, but he get away.
You have our commitment, Senator.
Okay. Let me knock him out. Senator DeGraff.
Okay, be mindful, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Shoot ahead.
I know, but that's the thing when it's not on the screen. So my apologies. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
I appreciate it. I don't know, are you guys seeing me now?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, I think I see myself. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. My first set of questions has to do, I know some of my colleagues spoke about the leased property that's being leased by farmers. I think we've had, when your predecessor was here, we were told about 2 years ago that they were doing a full assessment of all of the leased properties that is being leased to farmers by the government. When he came back the following year, I was told they were still doing that. Can you give me an update as to if it's completed and what is the status? And also, what do you intend to do? Because one of the things he kept sharing with this body is that he was concerned with the fact that quite a bit of these leases are put out there, but they're not seeing the type of farming that needs to be done to really push agriculture in the territory. And that's what he shared with us. What is your stance on that? And is this lease assessment completed?
Thank you, Senator. The assessment has been completed. As I mentioned earlier, we have all the leases in hand that have expired. We have placed each of them in one of three categories. Category number one, those that we have no issues with and will be renewed. Category number two, the ones that are in non-compliance and non-productive and will not be renewed. And the third category is the category of probation. The farmers who perhaps have not made their best effort, but they still express a level of seriousness, we don't want to dismiss them altogether. We're going to be using our outreach and education approach and put them on a probationary period of 1 year and subsequently decide whether or not they should be extended. That's the categories that we have created, Senator, and that's where we're at. As I mentioned earlier also, although we have decided upon those that will be renewed, we have the concern that they are supporting documents that have not been submitted to us. Again, through our outreach, we're trying to express to farmers what they need to do on their end. Number one, a letter expressing their intent to renew has not been submitted for most farmers. And number two, the farmers' licenses also have not been submitted. We also realize that some may not have had license for many years, and that is a requirement of the lease. So we're working with them to get them up to speed, get them on track for those that we want to renew. I hope I answered your question, Senator.
Thank you. You did. and I appreciate it. The other question I had to do with the mini grants that were given out. I know you guys mentioned it a little bit earlier, said that there was over, I think, 100,000 that might have still been available.
Correct.
When I first, and you said it's a possibility why you still had funding. When I actually found out about it because I got an email with explaining it and the application, and I was so excited by this program because I thought it was a great way to get our community involved, especially the backyard farmers, etc. One of the things I did as an individual is I printed out 100 copies. I let people know on the radio. They came down to the station. They picked up the copies, and I was very happy to see so many people excited. But when to hear it still had 100,000 left, I'm feeling some type of way because I thought it wasn't going to be enough money. How are we going to make sure that enough people find out about it so that more people can get access to this funding?
Senator, as far as promoting that particular program and others, we are going to be utilizing our website and other media to do so. As I said earlier, we have now, for the first time in the history of the department, a public information officer. So this person is tasked with making sure that all of our initiatives are promoted to the fullest extent possible. So that's what we plan to do.
When you talked about some of the vacancies before, could you share with us, from your perspective, which ones you would put at the top of the list? Also, I wanted to really know about dealing with some of the individuals that work within the agriculture department. I had an opportunity when I was over there to come and get a tour, and there were several people that deal with like mechanics that were on an interesting pay scale. And I know that your predecessor kept saying he was really trying to get them some raises because the type of payment they were receiving was way below the standard. The mechanics and people that help upgrade and keep up all the machinery and different stuff that's owned and operated by agriculture. Tell me a little bit about that aspect as well, and what would you see as your top vacancies that needs to be filled in order to help push this agency forward?
2 minutes. Thank you for that question, Senator. With respect to the top priorities for us to be filled, one, are heavy equipment operators. We need more heavy equipment operators. We also need a few more laborers. And the third one is going to be our maintenance engineer. The person is going to be on top of maintaining the abattoir facility, but also all the facilities on the premises. So those are the three top ones to be filled first. With respect to the low salary, Senator, we have identified 2 positions, and as of today, I make it 3. 3 positions that we're going to be using salary savings from to, 1, increase the entry level for our operators and our laborers and our butchers, and then 2, using some of the same savings to increase salaries for those who are already in place. That's the approach that we are taking.
Okay. And hopefully we'll see some raises for the individuals that are putting in the work, because when I was hearing their salaries, I'm not going to lie, I was traumatized. And we seem to be having a retention problem, because even when you just spoke about going through the process of hiring an individual and then they decline, literally the first thing popped in my head was like, I wonder if they got a better offer somewhere else. Because we also have to make sure that when it comes to critical positions in our territory, even with agriculture, people gotta be paid. And that's something we don't seem to be having a happy balance with. Did I hear time, or I'm not sure? I want to make sure. Huh?
I'll let you wrap up. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I want to ask quickly, I know we touched a little bit on the percentage, not you, I know one of my colleagues talked about it, the percentage that agriculture gets out of the budget. And when your predecessor was here, I did ask him, what is the status of getting those monies? He did share with us that he basically had an off. a sidebar conversation about getting those millions of dollars into agriculture. I was very much concerned with that because I said, if these monies are to be coming to you, having sidebar conversations while you're hanging out might not be the best way to get them into your coffers. I asked if he's going to be doing a more aggressive approach in really trying to contact, reach out, write actual letters requesting the money as opposed to just having conversations. Could you give me a status as to where that is? And if you have not received any of those funding as yet, what is your approach to try to make sure they're turned over to agriculture?
I'm happy to report, Senator, that for the first time into fiscal year 2024, we will be receiving our increase in budget based on the act.
Yes. I'm happy to hear it. So I'll wait and see. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. I'll continue to listen and participate.
Thank you, Senator, for the questions. And I know you mentioned that you want to wait to see, but I must admit, and I have to give credit where credit is due, the current chair for the Finance Committee, Senator Donna Gregory, while we were deciding the budget, she met with the respective chairs of each committees. We already had that dialogue, and we included Commissioner nominee Louis Peterson in the conversation. And one of the things we mandated to the Department of Agriculture is you're not just going to get the funds. You have to show what you're going to do with it. And in a timely manner, he did just that, and he submitted the supporting documents showing a plan in which he plans to utilize those funds. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, can I just share my thoughts quickly?
Sure.
I wasn't too concerned about us, to be honest. I know our job is to appropriate and make sure the monies based on the bills and the laws are put on paper. But I always get concerned because a lot of times we might put out as many appropriations as we want. It is still up to dealing with finance and the office and management of budget to disperse those fundings. That's where we seem to have a lot of confusion with people that come back to us. So thank you so much.
And that's why he's a commissioner and not us, so that's their problem. Respectfully.
It's a problem till the people start calling us.
Yeah, they cabinet meetings, they have to discuss that. We're not in those cabinet meetings. But I understand your concern, in all honesty, and all seriousness, I respect your concerns, but they have to solve that in their cabinet meetings.
Yes, we do.
Quick point of information, inquiry from Senator Blyden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my point of information is in respect to the St. Thomas Abattoir, because we know the livestock farmers in this district have been having challenges since the hurricanes, and it's a hardship for them. So I have three quick questions, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. It's important, because based on your testimony, you spoke to the demolition. What's the cost of the demolition, number one, and when will the demolition start? That's the first question.
The demolition cannot start until two things happen. One, the as-built survey done. So we have a company that we plan to have it done. They gave us a quotation already. And then two, once the as-built survey is done, Senator, an engineer, hopefully from the Department of Public Works, will tell us based on this survey, it's going to cost us X number of dollars to have it demolished. That's the procedure, that's the step. So we have been given some random numbers, but we can't rely on them until this survey is done.
And where is the funding coming from? FEMA? Insurance?
We are hoping that the insurance monies will cover that demolition.
Very well. Second question, what is square footage of the mobile abattoir facility?
I saw that last night, Senator. We're going to get that for you. We're going to get that for you, Senator. I also wanted to say, which I forgot to say earlier, that one of the big things to me about this new facility is going to be that it's going to offer a service that has not been offered before in the territory, not just livestock slaughtering, but also for poultry.
Very well. And you say it's mobile, so which means you'll be able to move around. So I need to know the square footage to see exactly what we're working with.
Yes.
And lastly, where is it going to be located at the end of the day?
Good question. As of right now, my recommendation is going to be at the old site of the abattoir. For a couple of reasons. When you're considering the site for an abattoir, you look for a location that is not heavily populated. That's one. You look for a location that has good drainage. You look for a location that has ample clean water supply. We already have that there. And since it is mobile, to me, is the easiest thing to do.
And it makes sense because the only issue was it wasn't a floodplain. So
Yes.
once something is coming, you move it.
Can move it.
But it needs to be replaced back in the same area. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that information.
You're welcome, Senator.
No problem. And we save the best for last, right? You want to run? Point of information, Senator Diane K. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Dr. Peterson, are mahogany trees indigenous trees of the Virgin Islands?
I'm trying to recall how that goes. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's endemic now. It's been introduced now, but it's not native per se to the territory.
And why I asked Dr. Peterson is because there's always a question, can I cut down a mahogany tree? Do I need a permit to cut a mahogany tree? So if you can please state to the people of the Virgin Islands who may be listening and viewing, what do you need to do when there's a mahogany tree probably in your yard that is causing, a lot of problems in your yard? How do you do that, deal with that? And also I wanted to ask, is it possible that when you probably have those rolled down security doors at the markets, if there can be a full-time market 5 days a week, weekends? Because I know some of the farmers want to be able to sell their produce every day.
It is our hope, Senator, it is our wish that the markets be used every single day. So what we suspect is that, one, with the increase of production, which we intend to happen as a result of this plan, and two, with the improvement of the sanitation of the markets, there'll be more people encouraged to use them. I know of some people here in St. Thomas who basically have not come out to the downtown market because of the sanitation concern.
Right.
So that's what I expect.
Right.
With respect to the mahogany tree, what we recommend anyone to do if you're trying to cut down, not just a mahogany, any huge tree, give us a call at the Department of Agriculture for some guidance. Okay? It begins there. And we can recommend to you what to do, how to do, and sometimes in conjunction with the School of Agriculture at UVI. There is, I'm not sure of the wording, but I think there is some kind of provision whereby via DPNR, if a tree has a circumference of more than whatever number of inches, they would be concerned as well, and they would like to have a call. So my suggestion would be, if there's a tree that is sizable enough that you want to remove or prune, give us a call to begin with, and we can give you guidance based on that specific tree.
I don't know if you remember this, but way back, the Virgin Islands Resource Conservation Development Council did in conjunction to survey the trees on the Centerline Road. Do you think there's a need again for us to
Survey?
do a survey
I do.
on these trees?
I do.
Okay.
I do, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, if I may, I have two pieces of information I would like to share. With respect to the footprint of the abattoir, it is 38 feet long by 8 feet 6 inches wide, 38 feet long by 8 feet 6 inches wide, and 11 feet high. The second thing I want to put on the record is that Senator Bulkes earlier asked about the average median age of our equipment. We just did the numbers, 9 years.
Senator Graff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, I vote yes. So when you need to get who gonna vote for you, check with 14 of them. Don't check with me. I vote yes for you.
Senator.
14 now, 12. Okay. good.
Senators, thank you.
So yeah, so
That's all I said,
you're
thank
gonna work on me. Now, Commissioner Peterson, Agriculture Commissioner, then he went to Carlos Robles.
Yes.
Then to Positive Tia Nelson.
Correct.
Now back to you.
Correct.
What has changed? Besides, you have a new staff, and we could slice it or dice it however we want. I think for me, that's where you have to start. And it's what you have a new staff, and they know you've been here before. They know your expertise. But it's we're looking for leadership. What do you see new, and what are you bringing for them in this leadership role?
Thank you, Senator. As far as what's new, Senator, I'm happy and I'm proud to say this. When I came on board this time around, I found a team that was willing to take on a lot of tasks, especially as it relates to grant acquisition and management. That was weak before. So that is huge to us because we are not going to be dependent solely on local funding. Yes, we want it. We're not dependent totally on locally funding.
Right.
So we want a staff that understands the importance of acquiring external funds and then managing those projects. That's a huge thing for us. For me, Senator, personally, since you asked me, very huge. And I can name many projects that I'm making reference to, but I wouldn't do that right now. Another thing is this. I mentioned in the testimony that for the first time in the department's life, as far as I know it, we have a full complement of our management team for our lands that we have to be responsible for. That's important. We have a team that's dedicated, a team that I commend all the time because they bring really clear and accurate reports to me. Based on this information now, we can track, we can monitor farmers and their properties, and not just track, but they can now provide the kind of support that farmers have been needing all along. So that also is huge to me. Another new thing, Senator, is that I have been affiliated professionally with the department since 1992, off and on. Never before this time has the department had a public information officer.
Okay.
Those are huge improvements.
Right.
And I want to thank this body, the legislature, and the Office of the Governor for making these things happen. These are initiatives, or these are things in place that are going to help us to move forward, propel us forward. One of the big things for the department is its image at this point in time. As we have mandated to a public information officer, that person's role, in conjunction, of course, with the rest of the family, the team, is to help us to improve upon that image. As far as you ask me about leadership, Senator, my task right now is to do my best to have that little bit of a vision, which I share and get input on. I always tell the staff, if we disagree, let it be a professional disagreement, and we do sometimes, no problem. But my task is to bring that initial idea, a spark, so that we can discuss and make it bigger and brighter.
Okay, good.
I also try my best, Senator. If I ask something of the staff, I'll be the first to set the example. That's my answer to you.
So sounds good to hear. Also, Miss, what is it, Assistant Commissioner Collingwood?
Yes.
Thank you. She has held down the fort, and it had times she come across and she was a little nervous, but she hold her own. So you have very good support from her, I'm sure, and support her well because she stood before us here and she took all the crap from the Senate, and she reciprocated and stood tall and handled agriculture. So you have a very good cast as a whole. So I just wanted to big her up and say thank you. Now, you know, I go back to the Market Square. The Market Square is a part of Savannah, the best neighborhood in the world. That's where I'm from.
Yes.
And I have put the portable bathroom out my pocket in the 32nd legislature. I put there. I've assisted with cleaning Savannah. Clean Savannah in March. I had the fire department wash down the bungalow, everything. You have a gentleman that comes there and pressure wash every Friday. Tell him thank you. He does a very good job. But I know it's an uphill battle because you clean it, you get people there urinating, defecating. It is very terrible.
Yes, it is.
I don't think historic preservation will allow you to put no things to close down that. They're going to allow it?
I will comment when you finish. You use your time and I'll comment, we'll comment on that.
I say that because I always thought the fence was the best thing for the area.
2 minutes.
If they're going to allow you to pull down shutters there, even better. Now, I had legislation in from before in regards to water, using these catchments in the territory as a water source for agriculture. I'm going to keep harping on that because I can see it. There's a catchment around the field, Savannah, they're still full of water. The water is stagnated now, but they can be addressed. the Virgin Islands National Guard has a water purification unit that can take any water and make it that you could drink it. So these are things that we could look into as projects. They could do projects where they clean up some of these water and these things that you can truck it. The fire department might have old tanker trucks that they try and get rid of. You could commandeer one of those to have for a tanker truck for water support. Water is the key to agriculture.
Yes, it is.
And I think with the severe heat that we are experiencing now, all your exterior water sources go evaporate. And so I think, again, and also was mentioned, I think by former commissioner, former senator, Positive T.A. Nelson, the schools that we have, their cisterns as water sources for agriculture.
Yes.
So I think those are things, again, that were mentioned, and they may have been mentioned after you had left. But again, just to keep those things in mind. Now, we have put a lot of money into agriculture through the agriculture plan that was developed through UVI and stuff. Are you up to speed with that plan and the parts of it?
Yes, I am. I do my best. It's a huge plan, but yes, I am. Yes,
Right.
I am because of our bi-weekly meetings with the council that I'm a member of.
Okay,
Time
good.
Food Council.
Good. And then, like I say, just in closing is a year basically has passed in this administration where you're in the thing. So to me, behind the 8 ball. And I don't think it isn't anything that you can't accomplish. But for me, it's always the most important part of any department, again, are the employees. I don't know how many unions were there when you were there before. You know, keep on top of that. Wages are atrocious, always have been. We need to fix that. Now, before I close, did you and your executive staff receive wage increases, and was that put into the 2024 budget?
I think the only one that did was myself.
Okay, because I asked that because, again, they came down late while we were doing the budget. So I wouldn't want that you get a raise and we didn't put it in the 24 budget.
Okay.
But so you look out for them because they're going to take good care of you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator, thank you for your commentary, if I may, Senator James. I can point to initiatives and projects that each of these staff members here have commandeered and taken the lead on. Those in the St. Croix chamber as well, same thing. And there are many others. So I am saying that the staff and the team that I have, I'm happy and proud of that. And they are ones that I really can depend upon to address, respond to needs that I have. And not just me, but the department has. I want to make sure I say that. With respect to the farmers market in downtown St. Thomas, Senator, I am aware of your initiatives, and I want to thank you publicly for all that you have done to make it a better place. To make it a better place. With respect to the enclosures, we have been meeting with the Historic Preservation Office. Senator, the Historic Preservation Office, they are part of this initiative, and all we are doing is negotiating which particular design we all agree with and comfortable with. But they are on board with us, definitely speaking.
That was my donation.
I think to do your cleanup, Senator, we give you a donation, is that correct? The department?
Yes, I did it. No. Yes. When we did it in March.
Recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Identify yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Deputy Commissioner Risa Richards. Yes. Mr. Letsom called me and asked me for a donation. And I gave a donation, and I gave a donation from the department when you all did the cleanup.
No, I was taken out of the. Actually, the chair was telling me a joke, so I was thinking you were chiming in with him.
No.
But he
I
was
just
telling
wanted
me-
to put it on the
he
record.
was telling me he wanted to see my receipt, so. No. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, we
no.
did.
Definitely you
Yes.
did. I highly appreciate it. But like I said, I was just crossed up with what Mr. Chair was telling me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your questions. I will wrap up quick because I myself have to jump on the plane in a bit. I have a press release before me, August 10, 2023. Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and USDA Farm Service Agency announced direct drought assistance to qualifying farmers. Has that initiative closed out? Have you closed out on that? As far as the amount of farmers who can benefit from it, or is it still open?
I believe it's making reference to the NAP program. Is that correct? In NAP program for drought relief?
Yes.
It is ongoing, Senator. It is ongoing. And I want to say that is something we're very proud of, because that particular program did not initially and nationally does not really chime in for drought. We negotiated with the regional office, and they allowed for that for this particular season based on our request. So we got a waiver. So farmers who are already registered for the program, have the receipts, can benefit.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I want to publicly announce my appreciation for you and your team for the town hall meetings that you held. If I'm not mistaken, there was one on St. Thomas and there was one on St. Croix in
That's correct.
May and June.
That's correct. But beyond that, Senator, we are now moving into meeting with specific groups of farmers. We begin in the state Dorothea. We did with Bordeaux last week. We're going to move on to the community gardens in St. Croix and perhaps in a week or two. So yes, we are doing that.
And as you speak about farmers, earlier this year, Senator Johnson, myself, the Commissioner for the Department of Education, and several farmers met regarding some challenges they had with getting some crops off of their hands. I think it's the program with the school. Are you aware of that program? Where
Farm to table program, perhaps?
Yeah, where they offer their products to the schools.
No.
And we were told that a lot of those farmers, they end up having a lot of crops, and then they can't use it for whatever reason, and they were offering to the Department of Education, hey, take it from us, because long story short, it was written in the agreement that they would get X, Y, and Z products from the farmers, but then whoever in Department of Education would tell them, well, we don't need it. So there was an issue of them getting rid of those crops. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
So what I'm going to do is pass on that information to you, because it is hurtful when individuals go out of their way to provide these services and then they're turned away. And then it kills the spirit of our farmers. And I know it's not really something that you can do, but if you can just use your leverage to assist those farmers to make sure that the Department of Education can utilize these farmers on St. Croix.
Please share more. I'll follow up.
Yes. And I have one list of things that I see you here doing. You had the fruit tree replacement program seminar, and then you have several other things. And I'm just saying that I'm happy that you are on board, and I could kind of understand why they never gave the increase. And I don't want to place the reason why, but I know they trust you with the money. Is what I'm basically saying. That's what I'm leading to. And I'm happy that we didn't rush. Because, like they say, hurry dog, eat raw meat. So now we're in a position where we have a person who understands the department and the importance of the funding to the farmers. And now we could actually see the fruits of our labor with these funds that you're about to receive for the FY 2024 budget. So as much as we wanted it to happen before, I'm kind of happy it didn't, because we are in a better position because we have you. And there's no job to the farmer commissioner. It's just, it is what it is, you know? And that's me saying it. I ain't afraid. And in closing, I just want to say we look forward to those reports from the local food and farm council.
Yes.
I don't want to have to bring in Dr. Hall, because Dr. Hall is a serious guy and I don't want to waste his time. And not only that, we have a short period of time with him.
Yes, we
because
do.
He's leaving in July.
Yes, yes.
So that's a whole nother conversation. But on the conversation with water, I'm hoping and praying that we get the situation at Bordeaux situated, the other areas on St. Thomas and on St. Croix with the community garden. And I have an idea in which I will present to you at a later time to help our farmers with water. And recently, Waste Management came before us. I think it was in the Committee on Infrastructure and Disaster, what have you. And they mentioned that they have over 4 million gallons of water just going back into the ocean on a daily basis.
St. Croix, here?
No, territorial.
Oh, okay.
So between St. Croix and St. Thomas. And I can't remember the number for St. Croix. But I spoke to a gentleman some time back. And I'm hoping and praying that we can put a system in place where we can redirect that water and send it to agriculture, because agriculture is right next door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it would be nothing for us to work on an initiative where we can direct that water, or even create a system where we may not be able to use all, because that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But have, like, you see that big tank by Central High School? A tank of that nature. It don't have to be that big, but find somewhere we can put that tank and just store that water.
We have the same aspiration, Senator.
That's how we need to be thinking. If we're not thinking like that, we're wasting time. So in closing, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the testifiers who made it their duty to be here on time and to chime in on the conversation. And we will now present to you an opportunity to close out. But before we do, it's only fair. We have 3 individuals on St. Croix. I think it's a Miss Douglas and
Miss Douglas, Miss Wilson, and I can't see the third person from here.
I just want to ask them some quick questions.
Sure.
We'll start with the lady in the middle.
Okay.
What's your name again?
Chantal Douglas.
All right. So, what are your daily roles or function within the department, if you don't mind me asking?
I worked with the Department of Agriculture Marketing Division, doing program monitoring for our specialty crop block grant.
I ain't gonna let you off the hook. Expound some more. Elaborate.
Okay, and also I also with my program manager, Maxine Richards, we have the FMNP, which is the Farmers Market Nutritional Program. We also mandate the Saturday markets, the Lauren markets and other markets in our territory. Yes.
I ain't gonna let you off the hook just like that. So, how long have you been in this position?
Well, I've been working with the marketing division for 4 years plus.
So why Positive never brought you down here? I never saw her down here. I'm telling you. So my quick question, as far as some objectives and goals that you plan to see for the FY 2024. I know you can't speak for the commissioner, but let's act like he's not here. Some of the things that you would like to see happen in your capacity, in your role.
Continue to fund different programs that we could supply our farmers with the necessary equipment and education that they need. And we have been doing that with the seminars that you have mentioned with the Fruit Tree program. That's our marketing division hosted that seminar. So we're going to continue to provide those type of workshops and seminars.
And I'm happy that I asked you that question. So to my staff, we need to reach out to her. And the next lady who's next to you, if she can just place quickly her role and what she does.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Matilda Aurelian Wilson. I am the Forest Stewardship Program Coordinator and also Forest Legacy Program Coordinator. My role is to work with clients that own minimum 3 acres, and we encourage them to put their land into conservation. So we encourage more soil conservation to feed our water system, protect the watershed, but most importantly to increase our coverage in forests in the Virgin Islands. And for legacy program, we pretty much work in partnership sometimes with other agencies, but also that the acquisition we do is for land that will go eventually to the park system.
So I'm assuming you're working with the whole territorial park system legislation that was passed in the 34th legislature? I mean,
Not directly work with the park system, but the land that legacy program acquire, it go eventually to the government and to the park system. So when those land are acquired from the forest legacy, it go then to the park system use, where we will be part of it to encourage the use of those land for the community, for hiking, for camping, for recreation purposes, so people have a place to go and be healthier by doing. Have a good scenic view. Most of the land that legacy program acquire, they have good scenic view that encouraging people to go and take a hike and tour around the island.
Thank you for placing that on the record, and I'm always happy to see when we have young people at the table and they actually know what they're doing. So I want to thank both of you for all that you have done thus far. And to, I think, my former teacher, what's your role?
Good evening. I'm Andrews, Akil Andrews. I work with the Urban and Community Forestry section. My role is to provide assistance with grants that the federal government provide that we're eligible for, and to help with outreach with the educating and informing of the public of one, the tree law, and the various ways in which we can protect our environment and the reason behind doing such.
Okay, because the next time I have a hearing, I'll make sure I have 3 of them there. I'll make sure we ask for updates specifically for what you're doing, because we want to make sure that Department of Agriculture is actually functioning the way it should, and whatever concerns we may have from the community regarding the respective roles from the 3 individuals we just made mention of, that we can provide information to the public. In other words, your work will not go unnoticed. So
I also
go ahead.
Yeah. I also neglected to point out too that as opposed to Mrs. Wilson, my area is the public trees area. The properties that the government may have or the roadside. That's my focus in forestry. Mrs. Wilson deals with landowners that has 3 acres and plus.
Okay, so I really have to catch this flight now. So, Commissioner, you could just close out.
Very quickly, right? Senator James and DeGraff and Blayden and McCapart, who was here, all senators who were present, I simply want to thank all of you on behalf of our team at the Department of Agriculture for the opportunity today to share and to receive your input and support on what we've been doing. I look forward to, and we look forward to, your continued support in making this industry what it needs to be, what it can be, to blossom to its full potential and to fulfill the agricultural plan of the USVI. I like to remind all of us that we are all stakeholders in this industry. So each and every one of us has a role to play. We'll do our part, and we look forward to the senators also continuing to support our agency. To all the staff who are here and those who are not here, I want to say thank you to the entire team for their support in making this department as beautiful as it is, and we are going forward and upward with the support of the staff. So thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
And to the community, please support the market on the weekends. Please support your local farmers. Please keep the money in the economy. In closing, I want to say thank you to Central staff. Thank you to the testifiers. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to everyone who have been listening to this hearing. It was a very productive day. We look forward to more progress as we move the U.S. Virgin Islands forward. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby adjourned.